Hello,
everybody. How
Happy
you're
Saturday.
doing?
How's everybody doing? I'm just gonna pick a picture of our faces.
Yeah, just like this internet wants to
Our Wi-Fi
wants
is
to
acting up.
steal
Either
our
Wi-Fi
viewing.
or StreamYard.
Yep.
Happy Saturday, everybody. How's everyone doing?
Hope you all are doing great. Hope you all are doing fine.
Who is in the building?
Who's in the building? Let us know if you are watching.
Welcome.
Yes. How is everyone doing? Happy Saturday.
It's the second to last.
Is it the second to last? No, I think it's the second to last too.
I have no idea.
Today's what? 20.
It's the second to last. Yeah,
second to last. Yeah. I think the thing
Greetings
is
to our Common Sense squad. We've missed you all just for 1 week.
Hello, everybody. Yeah.
If you're new here, welcome to our channel. We're the Common Sense Sisters.
My name is Yo-Yo.
My name is Ella.
And we are the only Common Sense Sisters
in the world.
On the planet Earth and is it beyond?
And beyond, yes.
And
in the cosmos.
All those people where they go to find
in the cosmos. Now all of us, anybody that Common Sense Sister, it's a counterfeit.
It's a counterfeit.
Yeah,
okay.
If you're here, you've not subscribed.
Hey, Dr. Abrams in the building.
If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, like, share, all that good stuff. Join us. Come and join the Common Sense squad. Here we dispense common sense on a regular. We spread the gospel of common sense across the shores.
For free.
If you're also a Common Sense squad member, please share this our video, our channel with people. We have to keep sharing the common sense. All right.
Okay.
Our regularly scheduled announcements before we begin the day.
Yep.
Generally, today's topic is going to be very, very sensitive, as you would have seen on the thumbnail. Children are not a gift from God. I don't want kids. We're going to be talking about that matter today. The normal squad obligations, the rules of the platform, is to be respectful, be open-minded, stay on topic, don't use bad words, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you get notified whenever we post our videos or whenever we're live, and like and share. If you're new to the channel, you can visit our About page to learn more about the Common Sense Sisters and the Common Sense Squad. The community page is where we post our regular updates, when we're going live, all those polls that we have and whatnot, we post them on there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to screenshot the poll answers for today.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at it. There's a total of 17 votes.
Yeah, we asked for the question if children are gifts from God.
Yeah, so like 59 people, 59% said yes, of course, children are a blessing from God.
Yes.
41% said no. I have my reasons why.
Yes.
Please, I hope you voted. I don't even know why people will not want to vote.
Maybe they don't know. So now we're telling you the voting is at the community page.
Yeah.
There you'll be able to see the votes.
Every Friday, we put the voting poll out every Friday for people to go and vote. So if you're on here, you haven't gone to vote.
It's your right as a Common Sense.
Yeah, so I mean,
use your rights.
Exercise your squad rights. It's free.
And then our playlist where we have over 300 videos for you to binge watch and watch them with the adverts. Finally, you can follow us on different social media platforms. So Common Sense Sisters everywhere you go. Because why? The Common Sense is everywhere.
Yes. You know, Ella, how long have we been waiting for this topic?
For the past 1 year. See, many of the topics that we're talking about these days, they are being actualized this year. We have been preparing, and funny enough, stories are now coming along this time that is helping shape the conversations. Because you and I will literally just have these conversations together in the comfort of our homes.
And argue and debate. We've done a lot of every serious topics.
Yes, concerning all these matters. So we just need to be able to share them with a live audience. So,
and of course, we can start. Because even though we started late, some people are still late.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine. So we can start.
So, in your opinion, are children a gift from God?
I thought you said you're not going to use this blessing.
You put on my head yesterday and I said I should keep on saying gift. Now I'm saying gift. You want to use blessing. Okay. Are children a blessing from God, in your opinion?
Yes or no?
Because people are going to come and defend yourselves today.
And when you come and defend, you come and defend your opinion. Why? Okay.
So we're scrolling through the streets of Instagram, minding our business as usual, and we saw this post, and it reads: Zahara Musa said, first wife gave birth to twins on the same day husband lost his job.
Wow.
Life has been a struggle. Now the second wife is pregnant. They both have 13 kids between them. Yeah, it's the government's fault.
I think it's the government's fault.
It
is the government's fault that on the day of delivery, that the husband lost the job. And there were 13 gifts.
The
13
two
gifts.
wives, they don't have jobs.
There were 13 gifts in between. Our children a blessing from God.
Our children a blessing from God. Tweet number 1. We will not repeat all this tweets. All of you that has to come late. You come and watch the show from the beginning.
Yes, now. Yes.
Next post. Somebody said, Dr. Dipo said, most Nigerian parents should only have 1, 2, or 3 kids that they can afford. Don't have 5 to 7 kids and abandon them or expect that the society or government will look after them. Abandoning little kids is morally repugnant. To improve your own quality of life,
please listen. Could it be that it's answering the first post?
There were 2 or 2 that they were from different months, in fact. So
I know. Could it be?
Who
repugnant.
Knows?
Dr. Dipo says repugnant to be having children up and down that you cannot cater for. Okay.
Should I keep sharing more tweets?
Yeah, because we will get to the story very soon.
We'll get to the story.
There's a real life story that just happened a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a couple of real life stories that we're going to be addressing. Next one. Give me a second. Where is she? A queen. Anybody who doesn't know Agbani Darego in the whole continent. 2000.
If
you don't know
the
Agbani,
first
then you are not
African Miss Universe.
Agbani Darego on Instagram, people asked her questions a couple of months ago. And one of the questions which you can see on the screen here reads, how did you manage not to bow down to pressure to have kids after 35 years of age? I am 34 in 3 months. So this person asking the question is going to be 34 years old and they've never had kids before. They're probably going through a lot of pressure to have kids. And Agbani responded to her and said, hello, I have 2 kids and I had my first child at 35 plus. My take, don't do anything because society demands it of you. Do it for you in your own time and pace. Kids are a blessing, but only if you desire them. And you have to be mentally, emotionally, and financially ready for that journey. Another angle.
Nagbani is saying kids are a blessing,
but with
conditions.
Yeah.
So there's conditions tied to why she's saying kids are a blessing. Okay. Agbani's opinion.
Another, these are random opinions that we just
gather
together.
We are just watering the soil, but before the main story,
main debate. Right? Post number 4. This is from Ifo Eneda. And Ifo said, public service announcement. Please don't get married if you are broke. And don't bring children into this world if you are broke. Some people do these things because they feel their rich family members and friends. It's a backup plan. But this is cruel, especially to the kids you are bringing into this world. Let those kids be chilling in heaven till you have money to take care of them. Members of the Comments Association on Instagram responded and they said, if you want to have kids, do have kids. Maybe the money you are looking for will come from your children. Don't let someone give you wrong advice.
Money ritual talks.
Manilicious did not agree with that commenter and said that the commenter's reasoning is not different from a chicken brain. Ooh. People also asked how old the commenter was to be thinking that you should be having kids because they are the ones that will come and change your life for the better.
Planning for your future black tax.
That is why we brought it to you. Other reasons why people choose to have kids is retirement plan.
Yeah.
And which brings us to another post.
Another post. Again,
where this person, JJ Omojunwa, said, there is nothing wrong in your parents seeing you as their retirement plan. Does this now mean that children are gifts from God?
This is those of you that used to be sending money from abroad to Nigeria. These are your black tax benefactors.
It's good. He said,
happy beneficiaries.
And some of you had better not forget the homes that you come from. Just for Twitter banter. Don't get carried away. They, which are your parents, sacrifice everything for your success. You
are their retirement plan. So says Omojua. Okay.
Yes. Some people have kids because they want a retirement plan. We did a story a couple of weeks ago about that young man, Endurance, who his father
2 weeks ago
borrowed money and whatnot to send him illegally abroad.
So Libya.
Through the Libya way. in hopes that since the father could not accomplish anything, he's a son
that
will
will
be
accomplish
betterment
it.
for the family. And this boy was 16 years old at that time.
And he
So
suffered, man. By the time he came back with nothing but his life,
So
the father disowned
him. Yeah. So there are some kids that.
Yep. So,
also, the last Twitter banter before we go to the stories of today.
Yeah.
Is from our very own Hollywood sweetheart queen.
Kate!
This one even happened yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, this is fresh.
And it's kind of fresh. And so, tweet one reads, Oyibo people, Tayo Adewale said, or Toya E said, Oyibo people wey get job, go plan born only one child. We never collect salary, go born 5. Name one. Oluwari Burunu, Yoruba people, that people. Wealth make them the vex. Meanwhile, the person that is naming this child is a poor person. Now, naming your child by wealth, do you think wealth you automatically wealth?
I don't know that motive. That's no point to think that if you name your child a very promising name, money will not start coming to them.
Which is Wilson, but
Richardson
is poor.
Wellington, you think that you will have wealth? Yes, it's not be name now. Peace, you think that the child will bring you peace.
Kate responded and said, I had this discussion with my friends the other day. It's not even only Oyibo people self. People of means will plan to have just 1 or 2 children. Those without much will have 6 to 8. Pass on the burden. I can't wrap my head around it. What happened to family planning methods? Olu PhD responded to Ketensia and said, Auntie Kate, one of the layers to this procreating and being sent to stay with their relatives. One of my beloved uncles had 13 kids staying in his house. And guess what? Only 4 of the kids were his own. It was scary for us back then. So it means that 13 minus 4 is what? 12.
No, you don't go school with this game.
I don't know, man.
13 minus 4 na 7.
13.
Yes, na 7.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You are still wrong.
It's
12.
No. I don't know. We're 13
minus 4. Those are the remaining kids that were staying in the uncle's house that did not belong to the uncle. But yet, all those children, their parents will look at them and say they are blessing from God.
Yep.
Another person also said, some couple still believe that family planning is a sin. I have one around my area with 7 children and no job. And they are still planning to have more.
We can say
that is preposterous.
We can say that those people, is it retirement plan or liability plan?
They say a blessing from God now. They say family planning is a sin. And many of the people that say this family planning is a sin, some of them don't even know
what family planning is.
Of course, commonsensesisters had to come in.
Of course.
We had to come in. And we added in the comment section, we said, the annoying part is that some of these said people who have more kids than they can cater for use the excuse of children are a blessing from God. Unfortunately, that's not enough reason why you should keep procrastinating.
Procreating.
My God. Procreating. Who will care for your offspring when you don't have money? Daniel Bassi responded to commonsensesisters and said, let us not forget Al-Hassan Dogwa. He's a very rich Nigerian politician with 28 children at the moment. Commonsensesisters responded and said, this is true. Finance is not the only thing required when faced with the choice of having kids. However, it plays a very important role. People who choose to have kids should be financially, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, etc. ready, because kids deserve all of this. Ketensia responded to commonsensesisters and she said, very, very important role. Read one said, so true, but only a few will have their thinking across such an opinion and other responsibilities. They say we should change our username because our sense is obviously very rare.
And exclusive.
And only a few
relates.
We agree with you. Thank you, Ridwan.
I believe the name.
And then finally, Daniel responded back to commonsensesisters and said, my point is not all rich people that have 1 or 2, not all rich people have 1 or 2 children. It's also important to point out that some had 10 or more children when the going was good, meaning that when they were rich, they had many, many offspring before a disaster happened. Please, what did Godfather respond?
Godfather came to the rescue. Godfather came and said, common sense that I'm paraphrasing. I will take it from here, common sense. And Godfather said, with Godfatherism, common sense, he said, why should anyone have 10 children when the going was good? It is nonsense and bare animalistic behavior, whether you are poor or whatever that person's name is. What will any sane person want to use 10 or 28 human beings as offspring to do when you are not a pig or a dog. Even pig or dog, they do
Now
six
what?
by time.
Now what?
Now,
That's
these
how
are
it
all
goes.
the tweet casting for now.
Before we
Going to real life stories.
what do you people have to say? What do you people have to think? The people that are watching, you people are not commenting.
Yeah.
Why are you people not commenting?
We are getting to the story. Yes, we have to talk about the story.
Let's talk about the story.
Yeah, the real life
Okay.
story.
Since nobody's
Because
telling us what they think.
crazy things have been happening in the Nigeria inside, and we'll be
Apart
seeing
from that,
on the
before
streets.
we even go there, since people are not still commenting, do you know that there are also some women who choose not to have kids, and some people, members of society, have issues with that.
So we bring that argument after.
Hey Tammy, I never
longest time.
But Tammy, do you think children are a gift from God, that they are a blessing from God? As this some people will argue. Some people argue that. What do you think? What's your opinion?
Yeah.
You know, there's a difference between, wanting kids and then eventually having them.
Yeah.
But there are some people who just procreate
just
because they think that, children are a blessing from God.
Mm.
God will take care of the children for us.
The Most
God
High
will protect the children for us.
Now
God will provide for the children for us.
Now God's children. Now God know how He will protect His children.
I
give up these children to the Most High God.
I give it. And please, in today's thing, what's very, very specific. We're talking about. Tell me that she has 5 now.
Tell me, were you ready for the 5? Were you ready for the 5? Because some people, there's difference between when you are ready for it and when you just say
you don't have any means, you just give. And mind you, today we're specifically speaking about people in
consensual relationship. Consenting.
Kids born of a consensual relationship.
Yes.
Not any other
no violence involved.
And whatnot.
No.
Not about
so have that, okay?
Hello, Toby.
Yep,
welcome,
it's common sense time.
Welcome.
Tammy say no.
Say no, not that they're not a blessing, I be they're a blessing.
Tammy,
I don't want to put words in your text.
Make your response a Tamilicious response.
What we're talking about. Okay. Like I said, there are some women that don't want kids, and people have issues with this.
I don't know. Also, people, body will be peppering them. Africans, and I think many Africans just think that you should go forth and procreate to make the land. Whether you have to go to make the land fertile, I don't know. And when somebody is not of that ideology or mindset,
they can't understand.
They cannot understand. You think that they are fighting those people that are just angry? They are fighting their own demons.
I don't know. Maybe. Tammy says she has the kids are 10 years old. Whoa! Tammy has adults.
So
there's a lot.
Tammy, you're on a super chat level.
Which one is one Kwego? Is there
anybody called Kwego in the comment
section? I know. Tammy said yes, they are a gift, but it's hard. Tammy has given.
Tammy said they are a gift, but it is hard.
Very realistic answer. I love that.
Realistic answer.
I love that.
You've given us a Tamilicious response, and
I love it. Back to some women that don't want kids.
Womb Watchers Association of the African United of the inside of the social media, within family, outside family, inside the internet.
Even the online in-laws, online family members.
They want to control the womb.
They can't understand why a woman, especially a woman
that is doing well.
I mean, by nature, you are a natural. You should want kids. You should be attached to them.
No, the society say women are nurturing beings.
Who
has told you all women want to nurture?
Eunice!
Hey, Eunice!
I hope you are doing well and enjoying the weekend. The common sense look absolutely beautiful.
Eunice! Thank you for
Eunice, we bless. Thank you, beautiful Eunice. Thank you.
Now,
okay. Should we go to the story?
Yes, let's go to the story of the
woman. This woman is from Kenya.
Yeah, this beautiful lady is from Kenya.
Lara, they want to kill us. Tammy said her husband is African American. She's African American and her husband is Nigerian. So,
okay.
Is that why
is that where?
We will save our comments. So let's go straight to the
real life story of today.
So this lady said, they can see it. Let me stop our camera so that if we're making strange faces, they will not try to understand what we're saying.
This is a very beautiful Kenyan lady
with her beautiful braids.
Oh, damn!
And she goes on. She's a popular Kenyan media personality. People, if you're Kenyan, Kenyans, common sense call them back. Let us know if you know her because we don't really follow Kenyan.
I like her name.
I love her hair. Braids, by the way, very pretty. Anyways, she has revealed that she won't be having any children. The 29-year-old Carmen, in a recent interview, revealed that she's not ready to keep up with the sacrifices attached to childbearing, adding that pregnancy journey is limiting and a lot more time consuming to her liking. She said, kids are not in my plan. She said, no, I ain't want no kids. It's a bit tedious and there are a lot of sacrifice and it's one I probably don't want to make. This is her choice. So.
Yep.
Plus they're expensive. Think of school fees, healthcare and more. I don't want a little version of me. What will I do with a little version of me? The whole 9 months thing looks like a lot of time. What I've heard about pregnancy is very scary. There is a giving birth. It's not an easy thing. I want to have full liberty over my life. I want to wake up and say, I want to go to Zanzibar. Obviously, this is before the Zanzibar. This was 9 weeks ago. But we prepared this way for comment section, people were saying, so you will virtually have no generation. No part in life. So sorry, dear. You are so myopic and selfish. If you are a Christian, I expect you to know the reason for your existence.
Wait.
The reason for your existence is woman.
I don't know. Wait. And the people think that people in this comment section, most of them were men. People without wombs. People were cursing this woman out. Oh my God.
Cursing her out for absolutely no goddamn reason.
For her own choice.
For her own choice. Somebody said, Crown said, kids are a burden and now coming together for a man and woman to produce you. Till you grow rich like this, you are not a burden. Oh, you grow finish now. Wow. Later, you will give pastors money for deliverance. Stress 50%, joy 50%.
Her choice and I respect. Only roots.
Only roots. We're talking about her choice. People were even insulting her, saying that she's a burden to her parents, calling her Amusu and all of that.
This useless.
Talking about they've used that room. You know what? I'm not even reading this anymore.
So I'm just saying, like, why is it that the world, when you choose to think different, when you choose to think different, they will say, something is wrong with you.
Something's wrong with you.
You know what they're saying? Okay. Yeah, some people are writing things in the comment section.
They are not okay.
What do you think of Miss Goro's opinion? Eunice said, I love and adore my child with every breath in me. I almost passed on during my pregnancy. Oh my. Because of preeclampsia. Wow. But I wouldn't have it anyway. I totally respect anyone whose choice excludes children.
Eunice, you are mature that you have common sense. This is what many people lack. You respect people's choice. You respect people's choice.
That's and you are content. And you are content in your choice.
You don't want to force your own this thing on them. That's what many people lack. Many people lack. So what do you think?
My own is that waiting consign men with Miss Goro's choice. Because the men, I think it was peppering. I think it was peppering them because the girl is a very fine
woman. She cannot understand.
Fine girl, 29. She's not marriage drunk. You know, some people are marriage drunk. Oh, by 29, they expected her to be like, I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to do that.
You know that there are some people who might even be married and they've agreed among themselves that they don't want kids.
Yeah.
But like family members and whatnot, they don't want to agree to that. It's like it must be the wife that is barren, that doesn't want people to have, that doesn't want children, offspring for the generation. How do you want your generation to end with you? Do you know that there are many families that their generations have ended that we don't know about? But the most part sometimes, when African culture will tell you that when you give birth to only girls, your generation will end there. There's no person carrying the man's name. But that's a topic for another day. Let us not go and be dragging.
Let us see others. Tammy say, now I do believe that some people should not have it. Oh, Tammylicious Tammy. Wait for it.
To the 2 stories today.
Listen, now we are warming you people up. If you know that you are hungry, look for something to eat because by the time we tell you the real life story of today, I expect you to come here with your cape of common sense, your energy of debate because it's going to be tough.
So women who choose not to have kids, for the most part, they always do something about it. Yeah. Either they go and get themselves sterilized, or they take birth control, or some of them take out their wombs, they freeze their eggs, maybe in case if they want to change their mind. All those things.
Area! Oh my cannabis!
In the corner of my in the corner of my
Do it. Oh, the squad is getting complete.
Oh my God! Lara said. And
that's why do Africans feel the need to insult people that don't? Hey, Lara,
if you ask us,
now who we go ask? But today we go ask now for this call.
We are coming to ask people.
We are warming you
people. Let me say we look cute.
Thanks, Tammy. Thanks, Tammy.
We're blushing.
We are warming you people up, because the time for anger is coming.
It's coming. But
anger is coming. If you know that you are eating something spicy,
Get water, no, get milk, because what are they?
Milk or I'll get bread should be by your side to tame your
Now, we have spoken about the women and their choice to have, like I was saying, so women choose, they do different things so that no matter how much they fall, they will not get pregnant. They keep themselves, let themselves know that they want to have.
And that makes them happy.
That makes them happy. Now, to the men's side, to the one case, some men in their mind, they know, say they don't want kids, they don't want children. The woman that they are with, they will not tell her, oh, they know. They will be saying, they will be lying, they will be on the frequency, they will be going in and out of the, eating the
coming in and out of
they will be eating the forbidden and the chosen fruits.
They will be doing
without any protection. When the woman will not pregnant, they will not say, come on, babe. The woman will come and say, I miss my baby. I miss my period. You're supposed to calm down because when you get the man's side. Now you get the man's side. Okay, make a plan. Okay. Let me go talk to the man. Sorry, okay, go on.
Hey, honey, I have a surprise. I missed my period and I think we're expecting. Where did your period go? Oh my goodness. When you were grinding me that last night, you didn't know.
But I told you I didn't want kids. You know.
But you never said it.
You know I didn't want kids. I told you from the gun side. Did you stop taking
So why did you shoot blanks?
Did you stop taking the pills?
Why did you shoot blanks?
I mean, I bought you the money after pills and we went to get the condom together. Why would you say you're
pregnant? I don't take pills.
No. That's on you. That's on you.
You were supposed to be shooting blanks. Why did you shoot blanks?
You know I don't want kids. That's on you. That's on you.
Baba that knows that he doesn't want kids, instead of to be shooting blanks, he was there making sure that his spermatozoa was swimming,
competing,
and many with the eggs. Now the woman is pregnant.
Oh, he said, yeah, I love children, but I never get to not be do or die affair. People don't have this sense. They are mad.
Eunice is saying that in the African culture, if you are unable to bear kids, which could be due to medical reasons or your own choice, you are totally shunned and disrespected. Why
are they? Not be we. We in this common sense, we have common sense.
Why are some Africans like this? Is insecurity of themselves? They have insecurity. Sarah,
acting skills, they make they laugh.
It's insecurity. Lara said, there are many stories of children better by parents who are not parenting because their children end up parents.
Lara, stop it. Lara, don't like it.
Lara, in my home economics aunties, but what is strong with
Lara,
you?
I don't like this thing. Lara, did you come and check our notes? I don't like this thing. When people predict where we're going, I don't like it.
Lara, the way you're foreseeing things behind the scenes.
I don't like it. What's it that we go pick for meme? I don't like it, Charlie. I don't like it.
We go the story now. We don't want
them. No, for the men. So what men that choose not to have kids?
Yes.
What do you guys think? Should they get
vasectomy?
Should they lock up their sperm? Should they sterilize themselves? So
especially
if they are
free and shooting
tomorrow,
it will be blank.
It will be blank forever.
It will be blank.
Eunice. We're not worried.
Let's go to the next story.
Oh, boy, yeah, laugh. Should we talk about the vasectomy? Should we just
there was a man. Let's talk about the vasectomy. Then we'll go straight to the story.
Okay. Because the reason why I'm asking this question is because there is a man. Look at him there. His name is divorce photographer.
Yeah.
Divorce photographer said, I did it. I just got my irreversible vasectomy done. It's also
29 like Miss Goro.
Why they do all that? So they be couple.
Because he took the choice.
He said I'm 29 and unmarried, no children, and no intention of ever having any. I have wanted this for years. It's surreal. Thank you to everyone who advised and donated to blah 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 blah, supporting me through every step. So that's a man who just got his vasectomy. He knows he don't want no kids. But there are many men that will not do this thing. Yes, they will be shooting. Every time when they shoot, they know
they miss. So
then they will be telling the woman to go and remove the baby or be doing this and that. So
I'll be drinking peace.
For men who choose that they don't want to have kids,
why don't you go this route of divorce photographer? Should
it be on them to get their vasectomy done? After all, they can
and meet
if they want to change their mind in the future, they can pump a lot of sperm. I don't know if he said it's irreversible vasectomy.
Well,
that's their business. That's their business.
Now, story for the day. We're ready now for the story time.
I think do you have the screenshot? Yeah. The English one just now. You see, yeah, I said just I'm sorry. No. The first story is which one are we doing first? Which one should we do first? There are 3 stories now. we will do the women post.
Yes, so we are taking people to Facebook. Who are the people coming in?
Because Lara now caused this one with that Lara comment. Lara came here and said, people that molest you whatever. Because Lara has seen where we're going to. But that's so okay, we'll go there.
What are they saying?
Oh, let's see.
It's his choice. I'm not mad at him. Yeah, raising kids is not easy. Thank you.
Yeah. And Tammy is saying that her brother did it.
Eunice, African men are versatile to me. What a joke. You can count those who will undergo through their procedure.
Very true. Very, very true. But
Lola, longest time, Lola, how are you? Being a parent is hard. You don't know until you are one. I stopped at one child. Nothing. I repeat, nothing will guilt strip me into. Oh, Lola.
You need to say, I'm sure his mother, grandma, and clan are crying.
They will be all right. They will be all right. It's better to be dad than to be an Ayololo father.
Yes, than to be a dead father. Okay,
now let's go to Facebook. We're taking you to a Facebook group.
Hey, you might not be able to see this thing, but we'll read it.
Yeah.
We like to post receipts here. You people know.
Yeah.
Okay, my sister starts.
Now, this Super group moms. Is called Super Moms. Well, by the end, you will be the one to decide whether they are. Good evening, my super mommy. Please hide my identity. I am married. I married my husband as a single mom. I have a daughter before I met my husband, but she stays with my mom at 2019. My mom traveled and asked me to leave my daughter with her friend, which I said I can't leave her there because I don't trust anyone. So I took my daughter and she stays with me. My daughter is 15 years now. She's 15 years old now. And I noticed that she grows rapidly.
You should forgive us. The person that wrote this thing, there's a lot of grammatical blunder. But we will try and read it in the most Englishical way that we can.
Yes.
My sister, right?
And my daughter is 15 years old now. And I noticed that she grows rapidly, which I thought she has a big statue. So last week, Thursday, someone called me to ask my daughter that is my husband sleeping with her? I took it personally that my husband can never do such. So I asked my daughter, that is my husband sleeping with her? She said no. I now said I would take her to hospital to run tests. She now tell me the truth, that my husband has been sleeping with her since last year.
Wow.
That she's no more a virgin. I am angry. So I asked my husband, he first denied it, but he later confessed that he didn't always know when he do such thing. But my question now is, my husband is begging me to continue with the marriage, which I told him I am not marrying him again. He also said he's ready to go to the mountain to pray for forgiveness of sins. That all what he has been doing is not doing it purposely. So I told him I have forgiven him all. I have forgiven him all I want. He has done all that he has done, what he has done, because I want to report him to police before, but people are begging me to forget about it. And I shouldn't let his kids be checking their father at the prison. So I promised I will never let anyone know because of the kids I have for him. But the marriage is over. Please, super mom, that is referring to the group, I need your advice because I'm in serious pain now and I don't know what to do. Please help a sister. Thanks. God bless you. And to drop my resignation, and I have dropped my resignation letter, have moved to my sister's place with my 3 kids. Now I have no job to take care of my kids. And my husband is begging me to come back home. Please, ma, help me get a job so I can take care of my kids. She said, yeah, she's dropped her resignation letter. She's moved out to be with her sister and her 3 kids.
Her husband is begging her to come back home.
She doesn't have a job. But this woman,
super mommies, to help her with getting a job. This is after her husband has been molesting his 15-year-old stepdaughter, which is her own child.
Yes.
Whom she did not allow to go and stay with other people. She wanted the girl to grow up with her.
Yeah,
that's the summary of the post.
Are you people seeing? Are you people hearing?
Let's see what people are having to say.
So, for those of you that are just coming, Yeah, Lara said she remembered the story. Lara, yeah.
Lara said she remembers the story.
Someone showed it to me earlier this week. I think these super moms are mad women.
Wait for it.
Wait for it.
No justice for our daughter.
Now, those of you that are just coming, there were a lot of grammatical blunder in it, but that's somebody who was writing fast, right? There's a woman, part of a group. This woman has a 15-year-old child. Now she's been a single parent. Then she got married to a man, and then she decided her mom wanted her to leave her 15-year-old child with her, but she said no. So she married the man and took her 15-year-old child with her to live with the man in the same house. Obviously, like stepfather doings, right? Now this man has been screwing this girl up and down. Somebody brought it to the attention of the woman that ask your daughter if this man has been sleeping with her. She did that, but the daughter first of all denied, and she told the daughter that she's going to take her to the hospital, right, for checkup. And then that was when the daughter opened up. Then she confronted her husband. The husband first of all denied, and later he said that, it's not his doing. He started with, this is how, people who are, child molesters, that's what they do.
It's not their fault.
They will say they will go to, when they look at you, you're a religious person, they will tell you that I will go to the mountain to pray. So he said he will go to the mountain to pray. They'll be blaming devil where devil wasn't there for forgiveness. The woman said she wants to report him to police. So people were now begging her not to report to police. No, the man said, okay, but she's done with the marriage. The man wants her to continue the marriage. The woman's goal now is that she doesn't have a job. Obviously, she was working at the time, right? But of course, she has ended and left the place. Now she wants a job. So she's reaching out to these women. It's more like networking now.
To find a job.
It's supposed to be a women support group to find a job, right? So if someone has a job and, this and that, they can offer her or let her know, right? So that tells you that she's not a woman of liability. She's a woman who was in means. I think like them for listening to those people who said she should not report him to the police. I think she should have first of all reported him to the police. Because who gives a damn that's about whether it's going to be in prison and children will be seen in prison? It's not a child. Yes, exactly. What about the harm that's done to your own daughter? Eunice is saying, I only have one child too. When we travel on vacation, I am asked where the kids are and why I have only one. I get so pissed. It's my womb. Leave me alone. How dare people? So you only have one. People are even still asking you for. Are people mad? We address that. Okay, let's go and see what super moms had to say. Now, listen to what the super moms of doom. You people will not tell us whether these people are actually super moms or if children are actually a blessing. Because for them to be super moms, it means that they have kids. You will tell me whether the children that these women have, these super moms, whether they are a blessing by their statements. Okay, so let's show you the first post. This is the super moms group. Yeah. Okay, Chuku Precious said, send your daughter away and maintain your marriage. Forgive your husband. Your husband's interpretation is for both of you. Thank God she is not pregnant. Send her anyway. She have her own life to live. If you destroy your marriage because of her, tomorrow she will still marry and leave you. Please apply wisdom. Okay, Precious. First of all, your grammatical blunder is very useless. At least right when we go feel understand. How can you say this against a 15-year-old? And look at them, 286.8K members, super moms, private group. Definitely not many people, not all of them might think this way, but this is the comment that we had from the blogs. And another person said, you want to read Ogotina's one? Ogotina said, my dear, take your daughter away from your husband. Make her to tell you every details of her movements. As for your husband, admonish him seriously, but then try to forgive him and build up your home for the sake of the rest of your children. Oh! She should forgive a man that was raping her 15 Nigeria, don't go! So what this men might not be in Nigeria. With these names. They might not be in Nigeria. I'm not saying that, I get what you mean. Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah. Another person came, this one wrote long epistle of rubbish. Desire of rubbish. Desire God lights. Read what Desire said. Desire of darkness say, Madam, you didn't mention what punishment you gave or would give to your daughter. You only told us that of your husband, and I hate one-sided judgment. Secondly, now that you have moved out, who told you that your daughter will stop seeing your husband? Don't you think you made things easier for them? What if you later find out that your daughter is pregnant for your husband? Please send this sweet-bodied daughter of yours back to your mom or anywhere she was asked to stay. All these girls born out of wedlock, like men too. Like men too much. All these girls born out of wedlock like men too much. Don't say you weren't told, though. She has moved you out of your marriage. And one day, marry your husband. Return to your husband. You can't train these kids alone. Oh. It's a future frustrating adventure you are taking today. Go back and make peace with your man. After all, now you carry big fresh girl. Come give them for house to eat. And you come out face for them to eat belly food.
This is somebody's, because you're a member of this group, I want to assume that they are mostly mothers there. So this is somebody is, so another human being is calling mommy or mama or mom at home. This is what she had to say. This body nonsense. We tell me whether children born from desire God's light, are they a gift from? It's very triggering, no more. Yeah, it's very triggering.
Yep.
It's very, and this is the second time I'm reading this thing. Very, very triggering. So anybody who knows that this might trigger them, please.
It is supposed to trigger you.
This one is not triggering that more, because the ones like there are 2 more stories after this. We have to trigger ourselves so that we can solve this.
We have to address.
Not everybody should be having children. Kofo Worola Azubike said, please forgive your husband and go back to your marriage. But please don't take your daughter along. Let your daughter live with anyone you trust in your family. God will help you out of this problem.
But I don't let anybody. I heard Jesse said, but I don't let anyone tell you rubbish that your daughter should be dealt with too, because she's spoiled already. As long as she didn't cry rape. I want people to remember that. You failed your daughter. If not, she would have opened up to you. This person had the most toxic, conflicting comments.
This is a 15-year-old. A 15-year-old. Glory Edward said, please, ma, go back to your husband's house. Enjoy it. For the fact that your husband appreciates to marry you being a single mother.
Please forgive him.
So because she's a single mother, the man that married her and raped her daughter is doing her a favor because she's a single mother. Women stigmatizing their fellow women. All this woman did, she asked for a job.
This is our agenda. She
asked for a job. Oh.
None of them here have said anything about job. Oh.
None of them.
She's
not telling people that she wants to go back to a
She's clearly said she doesn't want.
She asked for a job. She has moved out. She just needs a job. Well, next.
Njideka said, as for me, forgive him, since he has sincerely apologized with their nonsense grammar. Men sleeping with their stepdaughter is very common. That is why we need to avoid it earlier. Those saying that she will sleep with his own daughter, he can't do it, madam. Now you said that you don't have anything doing. Think twice before you get more frustrated. Where are you taking those children to in this hard time? And the last one said, this is Nana. You people are misinterpreting this story. Madam, you want to leave your marriage without work, money, accommodation, and so on. Madam, your daughter is not supposed to be called daughter. 15-year-old child is old enough to identify between good and bad. Keeping quiet means she enjoys the act. Haba, note, I'm not supporting your husband's act. Take action by arresting your husband first. But I think your daughter is to be blamed more. Don't leave yet if you are not capable enough to provide for yourself and your children. That means say her keyboard is acting up.
Vagabonds. These are vagabonds. My favorite, when this was posted on the KG blog, my favorite comment was from Kafi Dance, who said this now
witchcraft group.
Anuche that said Facebook mentality, rishi. Because this is the only way I can't explain it. And guys, we'll be showing our face in and out just because our Wi-Fi is messing up. So that's all we're not going to see us for some time.
Let's read the comments.
We don't know who these people are.
They say they are super mommy groups.
They say they are super moms group. I can't imagine what another child is going through.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Culture of silence. Last year we did a video on
rape culture
in Nigeria.
I'm gonna share the post. If people have not watched it before, we encourage everybody to watch it.
We'll put the link
research
on this. Last year we did a video on this.
This is what the thumbnail
intense
like.
Research.
It was around February, March or something
last year.
But after doing the live show today,
we'll put it in the community tab.
The screenshot for everybody to see and at least go and watch and catch up and share, because it's very, very, very important, right?
Yep.
Okay. So let's see what everybody are saying in the comment section.
Tammy say
Eunice said,
send her away. Where? She's the victim who needs protection. Exactly. It's hard to comprehend that we have men who speak like this. Now women they speak.
Now women, because it's super
now
super
women
group,
they
super
speak. All the names I call them, they are women.
women.
Say women's
It's a
own
woman's
group.
group. Yes, it was sure. That was
Married
our
by fire
initial
by
reaction.
force.
Who are
Useless. These are the women who are supposed to be calling out and unscrewing
So
their brain of nonsense reasoning.
These ones that have children, we used to say that their children are a blessing from God.
Would
They are
course.
if one of these ones child come to them and say this is what their family member is doing to them, you will say you want to send me out of my marriage. You know, when people come and narrate their stories about how maybe they were taking advantage of a family member, they went to go and tell their mothers or their aunties. In those days, they asked them, say, "What do you mean? You want to take me out of my marriage?" People will think that this is old school knowledge, not knowing that there are people that practice this thing, like women in their 30s, 40s, young women,
yes,
that have this nonsense mentality.
Yep.
Because I say Nigerians are married. Imagine advising her to minimize her own daughter's pain just to keep that paid off your husband. Yeah. Can't imagine what the child is going through.
Exactly.
Lola is saying, see what a patriarchal society produces. I can't believe the thinking of these women. This is why we can't have good. This is very, very true. Some women, and we always say to each other that women are gatekeepers. Some women are gatekeepers to patriarchy. And this one doesn't even really have it to do. It doesn't even have it to do with patriarchy. It might have some things, but like
it's not
this woman chose to leave. If you don't have job advice for her or comfort for her,
the woman
or to encourage her to persecute her husband, what the heck are you commenting on?
Because I want people to look at this thing. It's supposed to be a network of women helping women, right? Encouraging women, right? But then you come to realize that they are not actually doing that. The women in those groups. Jay, we're glad that you are here today. We're just talking to ourselves earlier that hopefully you come in today. So these are toxic women. This set of women that we've just spoken about, they are toxic women.
Lara is saying she shouldn't have told them her story. She was looking for empathy to encourage her to find work. But their smelly youth brain started to leash. But yeah, it's true. It's a sharing group. She would have not known now.
Because if she's
supposed to be a safe haven.
Yes, because if she did not share, how is she going to get help? She wants a job, right? So let's look at it in terms of like networking, right? And she also said that she was working at the time. So obviously she took the step to leave the abuser's den with her child. So that's to tell you that for this woman, the safety of her child is paramount.
And remember in the beginning, she did not want her child to stay with her mom. She wanted her child to be with her.
So that's somebody that loves her child.
She wanted her to be with, like, be under my care. I go to watch you. And
exactly.
Things, you know?
Exactly.
There's somebody saying that your husband accepted you as a single mother. You forgive him and move back to your husband's house because your daughter will go to her husband's house. Husband's house kill all of them.
So we are coming to speak up just to tell you how corrosive the mindset of the women who were commenting about all these things that we read about. And this doesn't have to do with the society. Nobody should blame the society for this. It is these women in their individual thinking and reasoning and their low class, low quality, low polluted mindset women. Very wicked and toxic women. Not people you want to be around with. Not people you want to speak with because they lack at the core of humanity. They lack empathy. They lack compassion. They blame victims. Victim blaming is a very big thing in African culture. This is a way of silencing the victim. So, and they disguise it that they tell them to help the woman and help her settle herself, and then giving her therapy. Yes, that's it. That's it. Time is saying something. Let me say this. I had a child at the age of 18 out of marriage. But my mother said to me, just because you made one mistake, don't make two. I did not marry my child's father, and thank God. So that's the choice you make.
Blessings to your mom, man.
That's the choice you make. So, like, my thing is,
can you imagine?
There are people with this mindset. There are people with this mindset. And there's so many
in this generation, because we like to always think that, it's people from there.
No. These are young people.
No, these are young people now. These are young people.
At least those ones that we talked about. You want to put the link first, so everybody we get to the second story? Or
okay.
You want to tell the second story?
Let's see. We'll put the link now for people to start
getting ready.
And we will start sharing the next story. So we have 2 more stories to share before we actually dive into this topic of today. With all these lenses and things that we've shared, now we are asking the question of, are children are children a blessing, a gift from God? What do you think about it? Yes, no, and why?
Yeah.
So let me share the link first of all.
While we are getting ready. And we have to stay on the topic because I think if we don't talk about all these things, then they keep permeating the society. Now, these women have children. They will contribute to promoting this toxic mindset and toxic culture of reasoning. That it's okay for somebody who is a victim to be silenced. That is okay.
It's about protecting your marriage.
What the heck?
Stupid.
Useless women.
Your marriage of iniquity.
Stupid women. Low quality women.
Who your marriage?
Low quality women that should not even have any business procreating. They should not even be considered to be called mothers. Them being a mother, I'm saying it to you on this, but this is a mistake. Because this is another person's child.
And they will say the same for their own child. I'm telling you that if their own child should come to them and tell them this happened to me, they will say, you want to drive me out of my husband.
You say you should forgive, you should admonish. Admonish who?
Girl, you only admonish your husband.
Admonish
I don't
who?
like only one-sided story. The man confessed. So this is not a case of I did not believe my daughter. The man is denying.
The man confessed.
He confessed it. The woman is asking for a job,
and you don't think that the child has been coerced. You don't think that child has been groomed. You don't. In your mindset,
you are having intercourse with anybody that is under 18,
it is
rape. Just know that one.
We're going to the next story. Well, we have put the link, so be getting ready and be clicking the link. Okay.
All right. So
yeah, we're going to story number 2.
This story, you will read this first slide, then I will read the other one. So
yeah. So this story is from someone called Miss Audrey, right? And in the wake of all these things that are happening, because if you've been following the Nigerian news platform and all those things, a lot of children are the victims of what's been happening that we're talking about today. This lady said, after my mother, this is not the beginning. Okay, this is the beginning. So this is the beginning of the story. She said, I have always wanted to tell this story, but I have been waiting for my mother to die. Sorry about that. I've always wanted to tell this story, but I have been waiting for my mother to die because I didn't want her to bear the shame of it. But it's 2022, angels, and in the spirit of releasing my new project, where I talk about some of my experiences, I'll be sharing this to start off. The lady said, I was sexually abused by my stepfather from age 11 to 17. That's for 6 years. He groped me and wrote about it in his diary, which my mother found. My first experience with being called mentally unstable after sharing my story was with my mother, which is why you stupid internet trolls don't faze me. After my mother found out, she said it was just anal.
That's anal sex.
Anal sex, according to his diary. So the mother found out about the diary, and this is what the mother had to say to her.
And it's the stepfather's diary.
So he was writing everything that he was doing, meaning that it wasn't such a big deal since I wasn't penetrated, in quotes. I know through and through what a predator looks like, things like, I know they never believe they've done anything wrong. Now, this is a victim speaking up. This started a cycle in my life of people calling me mentally unstable, mad, depressed because I was actually. I caught myself for years in and out of psychosis. And you know the best part, every time I had an opinion about what my mother's husband did, that's about her stepfather, my mother would say it's psychosis. This is a clear case where a mother knows that her child, she read the diary. This woman read the diary. So not be say she not know. Of her husband. She read the diary of her husband. So she knows that this man was documenting how he was abusing his stepdaughter.
From age 11 to 17 years.
That is 6 years. Age 11 to 17, let me give for those of you that are not Nigerians. That's the year that the child is in secondary school. A baby, 11 to 17 years. So 6 years. This man was screwing this girl. And her mother, and the mother said, no, because it's just through the behind, there's no penetration. They started making this girl who is a victim feel crazy. Because the mother that she trusted, the mother that she believed in, that would protect her, even after seeing the evidence, that would protect her, that would believe her. The mother did not believe her. You should be angry. Are children a blessing from God?
Yeah, because I will see what you're saying. Blessing, gifts, whatever. You know what Nigerians usually say? Nigerians will say children are
Are
blessings,
children a blessing or a gift? I don't care what vocabulary
any
you
words
use.
that you want to
It's the
use,
same
it's
thing.
fine.
Are children a blessing or a gift from
Mhm.
God?
Mhm.
This is a victim sharing her story.
Mhm.
The mother is crazy. Thank you, Laura.
Mhm.
She
Very,
is.
very crazy.
She is. It's a situation whereby this less set of Nigerian women, they value the ideology of being married, the societal status of being married, than protecting those children that they brought into the world.
And
They are the ones that will make them. I carry you for 9 months. I suffer upon you. How can you go through pain and you claim that your child is a blessing from God, and somebody is damaging this blessing, and you cannot protect this blessing, and then you are making this blessing feel like they are a curse to themselves? Now look at the level of manipulation. I need you both to think where your cape of compassion, where making your mind to attend to this topic logically, because the heavy questions we shall ask.
And the mother responded.
And the mother responded.
Because obviously the girl is a bit known in
Nigeria. In Nigeria, yeah. Tell me, we can see you behind the scene, okay? So just hold on.
So just hold on. After everything, we add people on. We just want to share the stories first. And the mother thankfully responded. Mute it. I don't know why this thing keeps on doing that. I don't know why he's doing that. Anyways, I will read what the mother's response was. So this is Timmy who shared the story. And she said, "This is my mother's message and the last word I'll be saying to her. You were dead to me a long time ago. You are such a beautiful soul. I see that deep inside you, but you've hurt me beyond repair. I forgive you, but I deserve love that doesn't hurt. I am my own mother." So if you see this thing I'm circling here, that was the mother's response via text message to her. I believe after seeing her daughter's post, right? The mother said, "I may not have believed you in the time past, but believe me, today I believe. And I have started to take a step. We don't die twice. If it's death, I'm ready to die. Please forgive me for not believing you in the past. I am very sorry." Mama,
it's too late.
Your daughter, you saw it in your husband's
You read the diary.
You read it in your
So what do you mean that I believe today? What are you believing
today? Which one is you believe?
What do you believe today? The one where happened from 11 to 16 years. When you read, you turn the other way.
You say it's Anna. And Temi responded and said,
"Shame on you."
Very good response.
One thing I liked about that first love, she said, "I am my own mother.
Yeah.
I deserve the love that will not hurt me."
Yeah. She recognizes that.
"I forgive you, but those of you that will become your stinking man, forgive. But I deserve the love that doesn't hurt." So the victim knows that love is not supposed to hurt. The survivor knows that love is not supposed to be hurt.
And she went on to say, "You gaslit need so much with my ability to trust my own memory." You remember, they were making her feel crazy. You made me feel like a liar, made me want to believe that I was lying, made me lose several opportunities because I couldn't fucking function without getting triggered. Even after I told you to stop telling me to talk to my dad, not only that, you're even telling her she's lying, you are forcing her to call this beast dad. You're forcing her to call this beast dad.
This predator dad.
You kept trying to get me to have a relationship with my rapist. Whatever you tell yourself that makes you sleep at night is fine. Jesus might have washed your sins away, but in my world, it is written in stone. Shame on you of us, Yemisi. Shame on you of us, Lucky. Shame on you of us, Former Sandra. If you like, tell your people that I'm talking because I'm a mad woman. Not be today or not they talk. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I have transferred the burden of shame to you.
And that's power.
Step sister, who has never called me once in her life, just called to ask me why I spoke up. You already don't get that I don't give a fuck about your feelings anymore. You had 14 years to fix this.
14 years.
14 years. All of you expected me to remain silent. Sandra, I be like, say you want chop or tapia. Having the fucking audacity to ask me what my end game is, as if your father has more money than me. He has nothing to give me. I believe the father is talking about is the man that also raped her.
Yeah.
I just wanted him to know that I did not forget. If this lands him wants to call me, I will help sort out his medical bill. I've been taking care of myself without anyone since I was 19 years old. So this is 2 years after the abuse. I paid for all my school towards the end of uni. You all really have done nothing for me as a family, but traumatized and used me as a scapegoat. But you prepared me for the world, Sha. So that one saved day. And just in case you try to pin this on my mental health again, I want to state that very clearly I am of sound mind. My IQ is way above average. I am highly intelligent and very aware the weight of my words and actions. I might be wild, but I'm very aware. Joke on my dick. I studied medical anatomy I paint. I write beautiful poetry, play 4 instruments. I produce my own music. I write my songs. I have published a book and I'm currently working on one. I'm currently working on my 3rd music project. I am awake. I understand your need to feel for denial. It's easy to keep on believing that crazy Temi chose to hurt your aged father, but he had years to apologize. All I wanted from my mother was for her to believe me. I went as far as telling her to stay with him, but just believe me. Sandra wrote about sexual abuse in her paper after law school. So Sandra is a stepsister or something. Sandra understands sexual abuse, but Sandra suffers from cognitive dissonance like many Nigerians. You are not anti-abuse because you say you are. It's easy to believe when the monster is far away from us. And that's how she ended it. Yes, someone here, it's way too late.
Yeah,
Way too late. You had 14 years. 14 years. 14 years. Very fire response. Fire response. You get it. Fire response. Let me enlarge it again so that we can see what other people are saying.
Yeah, put the link there.
Eunice is saying, how can a man violate a child?
Yeah. Such a monster.
Yeah. Yours. We're adding Tammy now.
Put the link.
Hi, Tammy. Unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
Tammy, try and reconnect again. Your device is not connecting, okay?
It's not connecting. Oh my goodness.
And when you are coming into the live show, make sure that you mute your YouTube and only the volume of the link where you are calling in from is there. Try and reconnect again. Say your devices.
Can join in by clicking the link. Yeah,
so join in and click on the link. We have to talk about this issue.
We want to talk about this one, and after this, we'll share the final story that we have.
The final stories. Oh my God.
Final stories.
We have to talk about this. Come and give your opinion on this topic. Are children a gift or your word blessing from God? And there's a follow-up question, but it's after your response. Click on the link and let's talk. I don't understand how somebody that will go through pain to have something will not protect it. I think they used to say that things that you get that is very difficult to get, you have to protect it. Oh my God, you are here.
Some of them might not be difficult for them to get.
Hello, common sense sisters. I like your hairstyles. So first of all, I like the braids and I like your.
This is the braids.
Now we do ourselves.
I know the handwork. As I see the color of I say, hey, I need to go and do the same, man. I need to go there.
Summer is coming and spring is here and summer is coming.
I know, man. This topic is very triggering, very triggering, honestly, because first of all, I don't understand. I think I don't know, Sha. Everybody has different ways and views about what family is about and what it means to bring a child to this world. Maybe I'm an overthinker, because to me, when you're bringing a child to this world, personally, I feel like you have to be mentally, psychologically, just like you guys said, and spiritually ready. Maybe because I had the opportunity to babysit for relatives for a while. So I kind of have an idea of what it entails to bring up a child, to raise that child, to be constantly at the beck and call of that child, because, there's certain stages that they're in that they need utmost attention and care. So I don't understand why, someone will just decide that they want to bring a child into this world, but because of their personal needs or desires, they put this child put this child in danger by exposing them to someone who will come and abuse them in ways that it would take for almost their lifetime to heal. I don't know that part of it. I don't understand. So I get very angry when I hear stories like this. I feel the way I picture myself in that comment, in that whole group, punching all the women, just slapping them. Literally. Honestly, because it doesn't make sense. This woman is coming for advice, coming for help. Basically, that's what she needs, to help someone to cushion her at least, so that when she gets herself together, so she'll have enough time to get herself together. And you're giving her that type of advice. Personally, I don't believe that everybody should have children, because I know where we're coming from. People just have children. They don't even think about it. They have children waiting for relatives to come and take care of them. That's that's the mindset, which is messed up, by the way. It's so messed up, because I don't understand why somebody will be having children, the amount of children that you know you cannot take care of. It
Yeah.
beats me, right? You should be able.
That's a blessing from God.
And some people think that
you
family
should go and
planning is a sin.
multiply.
Go forth and multiply. They're going to say Genesis. The Lord God said, go forth and multiply.
They have a very, very myopic understanding of that. Go forth and have children does not mean you should bring children. You go forth and have the children, but you cannot take care of them. You understand? You cannot take care of them exactly. They're almost like free range chicken. It doesn't make sense.
And
You have
you know, say even for chicken, hen they follow in chicks everywhere.
yes, very protective.
Even for animals, the females they follow their kids.
Yeah, they protect. If you see chickens, right? Mother hen, when they protecting children like this, mother hen they fight you. Yes. We get chicken for my mama raised chicken that time for house, right? If you near the mother hen, when the children small, when they gather them, they put them on. If you see the fierce attack,
all their this thing go stand.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it beats me when we say human being, they're supposed to be highly intelligent, right? Now, so they talk. They say human being are intelligent, but all the other animals. Why be saying now they act like saying that they can't be the lower than human being? Do you understand what I'm saying? This conversation, they vex my spirit. I don't understand why person go to the detriment of the well-being of your child. Okay, if you say, let me use the term black tax, you say, okay, from that article one I read, say children, your parents, whatever, right?
Now somebody comment, now somebody opinion for Twitter. He said,
somebody opinion. When we use that mindset, if you say, okay, parents, say you be your parents tax, right? Now you be their retirement plan. Why should it, if that is the mindset, why you not think and say, this my pikin, now important to me pass this man though, because man go, man come, right? So anything to protect this child though, because now he go take care of me for old age. You don't think that one, if that is the mindset. So that goes to tell you that it is from a very selfish, they don't even understand why they have children. Sometimes they just have it because it is convenient. It is the next thing to do, right? And then they'll just get them braketed for grant. They call relatives. We don't have money for school fees, so we don't. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then face further abuse. So I don't understand. I don't know how this can be fixed, because unfortunately, there are a lot of people who think this way. You understand? Especially in Nigeria, I don't know about any other African country, but the way they think that they believe, say, children, now for women to just they born. If you never born, once you marry like this, you never born, they'll start asking you when, how, when, soon. I want to be carrying baby. In fact, some people face problems with their in-laws because of that. I don't understand. The mindset is it's dangerous to me.
For us, no worries. Precarious. Your hand in there. Maybe we'll add Tammy.
Let's add Tammy. Tammy's network is good now.
Tammy.
Yes, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Y'all so cute. But anyhow, that lady's story is truly just like mine. The only difference is that my mother threw out her boyfriend. I hate using the word molested. He raped me at the age of 11. And I can talk about that now because I've had counseling, but it completely changed me completely. The only thing that my mother did was acknowledge. I think acknowledgement is so important, because when you acknowledge me, that means you believe me. And the only thing also I would say that my mother did wrong was she said, keep it quiet, which I believe no one should keep it quiet. Even though she threw him out, I still had problems. I cut myself. I jumped in front of a bus trying to kill myself. I jumped off a building. I cut my wrist. I overdosed. And I'm like, Lord, why am I still here? I will still wake up. But thank God I'm here because I had to heal. I don't consider myself a victim. But when you blame the child, oh, you do so many, oh, you hurt that child in so many ways. When that child is not able to speak up and speak out and say, this is what this person did to me, you hurt that child in so many ways. We have triggers. I can get triggered by a smell still today, by a touch. What that mother, well, what that group of super moms, so-called super moms, did was tell that mother to tell her child to go away. I can't even imagine that my mother would say that to me. Oh my God. I couldn't even
Yeah. Tammy, can you hear us? I think your audio.
You know what? People who have been raped, molested, whatever, we can sniff out predators.
That's exactly what the other person said.
That's what Tammy was saying.
Yeah.
That
We
she
can
also
sniff them. We know them. When a child tells you, I don't want to hug somebody, stop forcing them to hug people. Really, they sense it. When they're not, I can't even comprehend. If it wasn't for my husband, oh Jesus Christ, where would I be? I'm serious. Even though I've had 5 kids, and my first one, which was out of wedlock, okay, I still, no one ever changed his pamper. I was so terrified. No one, I never let my child go anywhere until to the point where I was damaging them. I was scared. And people don't realize that does something to a child. And if the mother was asking for help, hey, somebody should have helped her. Somebody should have helped I live in America. Well, I don't even consider myself an American, but anyhow, I work with kids. If y'all only knew the kids that I see that goes through stuff that you wouldn't even believe. You probably would because you have this platform. But it's some terrible things that's happening in this world. And shame on us. That's why I say everybody, I don't believe everybody should have kids.
Yeah.
Everybody should not have kids. But it's a healing. People heal. And women should be able to support other women. No one should blame a 15-year-old. I was upset when I saw that 10-year-old girl. It was another video that we saw. No one should blame a 15-year-old girl. No one. No one. She was already away from her parent, her mother. Shame on that man. Now, see, me and my type of justice would be different, you know? But shame on that man. Shame on that super women group, whatever they are. Shame on them. Shame on anyone that's blaming that girl. Shame. She's a child. She's a child. But now you can get, I don't even know what to say, y'all. I'm just, we are triggered by things. This will always be with her. It will be hard for her to trust a man. It will be hard for her to, um, anything, anything with a man. And that's okay.
Yeah.
But she needs to be healed, and she needs to have counseling. And that mother also needs to have counseling.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a culture, something is wrong with this culture. Seriously.
Yeah.
And I'm married to a Nigerian. And something is, I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I can talk about this forever, but I'm happy that you all are talking about it, and I really do love y'all channel. And
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you so much, Tammy.
Thank you, Tammy.
Okay, I'm gone.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your story. We're giving you a virtual hug. Thank you, because your story is going to serve as a source of hope to other survivors out there. I thank you for your strength. I thank you for the fact that even when the device was showing disconnected, you called back in, and you had the courage to speak and to share. I thank you for your advice that you've also given on here today. We sincerely appreciate you.
And we salute your mom.
And we salute your mom. She's an amazing woman for the steps that she took.
A warrior.
Yeah. We salute her and we thank you.
Thank you.
We do appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying that in the comment section as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for surviving.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for speaking up.
Thank you for choosing to live and further have more beautiful children that you deserve, and they deserve a mother.
Thank you for continuing your healing journey.
Thank you for protecting your
Thank you
kids.
that even if that there are triggers, you still say you are going to come to this platform hear today.
Thank you.
Tell me, you are a queen.
A queen.
You are a surviving queen.
My sister, after they hear Tammy's story, I say, wow. There's so many beautiful things about our culture, but the ones that are self-inflicting, the ones that are destroying and keeping us, from moving forward, progressing, it seemed to have such a hold on the minds and the way people portray things. Because why I find it sometimes, I find it difficult to wrap my mind around families or women who accept this type of things and just explain it away, is because I remember my mom when we were still kids. She told us the story of her own grandmother and what happened to her in how the man she married was the result of her being unaliving. That story was passed on to her by her own mother. So she told us that story, right? And even as kids, because we had a lot of relatives in the house and my dad was, assisting one way or the other, and most of them happened to be guys. My mom was like a hawk with us. He's calling everybody, where are you? Where are you? Like, everybody has to be in her face every single time. There was no way. So even though we had so many, and there were a lot of guys in the house, so sometimes when I hear these stories, I think back as to how, we grew up in a house with so many people and they turned out to be they were mostly men. I wonder how we survived it, because the chances are that maybe there would have been an instance where that could have happened if my mom was not as vigilant and my dad was not as vigilant as they were growing up. So sometimes when I hear these stories, I find it difficult to wrap my mind around a mother birthing a child, forgetting the pain. I hear a lot about the pain of motherhood. Somebody just shared a story in the comment section of how she almost unalived, just trying to have a child.
It was Eunice.
Exactly. So I can't imagine you having to birth that child and then watch this kind of things happen and then choose the Mongo pack over your own child. It beats me. It does not. I find it hard to, because they never, I don't know it is, may God not ever let me find myself in that situation. I'm not sure say the person go come out alive.
Remember say they're not 2 weeks ago, I think some few weeks ago, we did a story like this where a French teacher took advantage of this girl, that he came to teach French lessons in the house. How they say home lessons, right? This one happened in Nigeria. And this got the girl pregnant. This girl told her mother what this man did. You there now?
Yeah.
Hey, remember that story? Remember that this thing? I don't know.
Drawing it back to the topic, because Chuksili has been asking what the topic.
Did you not see the thumbnail? The thumbnail is there. The title of the video is there.
Asking. Let me put it again. because maybe Trixie might not be the only one seemingly confused. It's asking if children are a gift or a blessing from God. There are people who choose not to have kids. There are some who have kids and they say children are a blessing. But the people who have the children don't treat those gifts or those blessings as what they should be treated as. So we're questioning today, with all these things happening, recent light has been thrown on different conversations, people coming to share their stories and whatnot. We are asking today, because many Nigerians use the excuse that children are a blessing from God. Many Africans, they use the excuse children are a blessing from God. Genesis said we should go forth. God said we should go forth and procreate. We are asking today, are children a blessing from God? Is it enough reason for you to go and have kids when you know that you're not financially, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, spiritually, all the literally ready to have kids? Are children really a blessing from God? Are they a gift? If they are a blessing or a gift, why is it that some parents treat their children this way? Parents have children that have been harmed, that have been molested both by their partners that they're married to and whatnot. So that's the general fabric of what we're talking about today. And we're bringing these real life stories of people who things happened to them when they were kids with under their parents' care. What happened to them? And can you go to these people and tell them that you are a gift and a blessing from God?
Yeah.
Well, that question whether children are that whole sentence, are children a gift from God, is even problematic, because I feel like when two adults, depends on how they meet, right? Depending on the situation and the environment or whatever. If two people come together, it should be a decision whether you want to add one more person in the mix. It should be a decision between two people. Okay, we know that, children come in different ways, but we also have people that are unhealed. They have a lot of trauma. Why would you encourage someone like that? Because if children are a gift, that means that everybody will assume, and that's why you see what it has done to the psyche, because they have that at the back of their minds. Everybody's just going forth and multiplying.
There's a family that has 7 children now. We read it. It's 7 children now. They don't believe in a family planning.
They don't have any job.
They don't have any job.
And they're expecting another
they are
child.
planning to have more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you can
imagine a blessing from God.
Exactly. It don't mess with their psyche. Because for their mind, they believe, say, oh, yeah, when I have, if I keep having these children, they don't think about that aspect of, can I take care of them? If I have 3 children, the food I have in the house, will it be enough to feed them? Will I have enough money to take care of them? What about their health? Will I have enough money to take them to the hospital if they need emergency care? They don't think about all of that. So their psyche is so messed up because of this particular saying, children are a gift from God. It will only be a gift to you if you're enjoying it. Because let's call it what it is. Whatever God gives you adds no sorrow to it. It is full of joy. So why would you now bring somebody in? You already messed up as a human being. You now add a child to the equation, and that child will now add to your messiness. How do you see that child as a blessing? How would that child feel like they're a blessing? There's no way you can convince either party. You see a lot of people having children, they don't have any emotional connection to the child. It happens. There are women who have children, they have no emotional connection. They don't care what happens to the child. The same thing with the man. So I find that particular sentence very problematic because this is what is floating in the psyche of a lot of these people, and that is why we're having the problems that we're having. It's very depressing. It will only be a gift if both of you are enjoying and there's no sorrow in the midst. If the sorrow has to come, can it come from an outside place? Or I'm not saying that everybody is beyond mistakes, but even if you make mistakes, it won't be to the detriment of the psychology and the physical or well-being of the child.
So, thank you so much. Jay, unpacking that.
We'll have Jay, and then we'll have Trixie, and then we'll share the last story, and then we'll all talk about this issue.
Jay, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Happy
Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm so excited I was able to join this week.
Just before we went on live, I was telling Ella that I hope that Jay makes it to me.
Yeah, because I feel like in some of the conversations that we've had, I've kind of alluded to my perspective on this particular topic.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, and please let me know if you stop hearing me at any point.
Okay.
Do I believe that? Do we personally believe that children are a gift from God? No. I think that children or procreation is nothing that's unique to humans. It's something that occurs naturally in the world. So having a child, I don't think necessarily, as just looking at it logically, is a gift. Now, do you as an individual decide to accept a child into your life and treat that child as a gift? That's a whole other conversation. Because when you have a child and then you treat that child as a gift, then that's when it's actually truly a gift, because you intentionally have decided to treat it as a precious gift slash blessing. So I agree with Omaye's statement. Is that statement that we always parrot in our society, that children are a blessing from God, is a little bit problematic on its own, because we have the notion that automatically once you have a child, then it's a blessing, and there is no responsibility on the person that's receiving the quote unquote gift or blessing to actually cherish that blessing or treat that blessing as a gift. So that's how I feel about this whole children are a blessing, because on the other side of this saying is, when one, and we've touched on this already, when people choose not to participate in procreation, then there's a problem. It's like, oh, children are a blessing. Like, what's wrong with you that you don't want a blessing, right? And then on the other side, when women are not able to procreate naturally, or they're having problems, not even women, even men on the other side of it too, can have children, right? Then there is that pressure of like, so what is wrong with me that I am not receiving this gift?
Blessing.
Exactly.
As opposed to us to just look at it for what it is exactly, which is, what makes this universe move is the procreation, which is not unique to humans. And yes, and then it makes it maybe a little bit easier for us to look at these things realistically than for us to tie this supernatural wave of blessing to it that maybe colors the way we look at how childbirth and childbearing looks like. So that's kind of like my my take on it, or my answer to your question, if children are a gift.
So what's your opinion on the stories that we've read? You were here from the beginning, right? Where we read the first one of the super mom chats from Facebook. Right? And then those women that were giving those toxic opinions to the mother asking for a job, and that directed that story.
That mother that chose to treat her child.
And then to the second story where Miss Audrey talked about her experience with her stepdad and the role the mother played, even after the mother read the diary of the stepdad, of the details of how he was molesting her. What's your opinion on those two topics?
Well, I'm going to tie my opinion and the way I'm viewing this, what I've just said previously, is, and also things that I feel personally, is a lot of us, a lot of Nigerians don't see children as people. They see them as property or accessory or disposable. And maybe the more I'm thinking about it, the more it's actually unpacking this children are a gift thing, how problematic it is. Because
you are doing the work for us. So please continue.
Because if you keep getting gifts, okay, that we probably didn't really ask for, there's a probability that you're going to not cherish that gift. Okay. And this is maybe why we should challenge that statement, is children are a gift. When you keep getting the gifts, okay, and let's say, not to be too crass, but let's say I get, somebody gives me a bag today and I'm like, oh my God, this is a wonderful bag. And then I keep getting bags and bags. There's a chance that, and especially if I'm seeing it as accessory / property, I probably will not, if one of it goes missing, I might be a little bit sad, maybe upset, but I can move on because I have more bags. And that kind of mentality is actually what you were saying in that comment section. where it's like, leave the daughter with your mom and then focus on your other children. It's like, are you kidding me? This is a human being that you guys like, go back with your husband and build your home. Really? Are you kidding me? So there's this problem that we have in our society that we don't intentionally procreate. We just do it because, people are like, 9 months later you have a yes, so when you're already thinking that you have a kid in 9 months, right? And there's no intentionality behind it. Omoya was saying that you're supposed to be psychologically, physically, and financially ready. Maybe you can't always be financially like totally ready to have a kid, but you should be financially stable to have a child, but you should be somewhat stable. But a lot of the average Nigerian, or the average, I don't want to speak for Africa because I don't want to. I'll speak about the
It's an
culture.
African thing.
That's fine.
Anyone that
you want to take it from.
But the average Nigerian, or maybe, yeah, the average Nigerian is not intentionally thinking about these things. It's just like, oh, you know what? We'll get pregnant and then we'll have more children. And then that's probably even why these in-laws are so, they feel entitled to ask you, so when are you going to get pregnant after you just got married? So anyway, am I disappointed in those stories? Yes, but am I surprised? No, because it's a reflection of the way we view children in our society. It's also a reflection of the way we procreate without actually thinking about the consequences of what we're doing. Yeah, that's my take on those two stories.
Thank you so much, Jay. Hang in there
for unpacking everything and tying it together. And that's what we did when we put it together, this show, bringing all these stories, trying to tie it down and looking at the root cause of the issue. Because if some people actually were confident and comfortable in their truth of knowing, for example, like the Kenyan news personality woman who said she's not having kids, she gave her reasons why, and which is fine, but some people couldn't understand.
And Dr. Divorce that,
and the man that decided to do the irreversible vasectomy. So if some people can come to that extent, then we know that we're doing something right in society, because not everybody should be having kids. Heck, some people that even want the kids, some of them, it gets very hard for them to have those kids. You will see stories on news like, 15 years after marriage, 25 years after marriage, a couple welcomes a set of twins, a set of quadruplets. You know that people that they were in need for that blessing or for that gift, like how you tied it to. So thank you so much for tying everything in. So we'll have Chuksili.
Chuksili, are you ready? Chuksili, are you there? Oh, Chuksili, Lara, where did you go to? Lara, come back
Chuksili,
in.
can you hear us? We can't hear. We can't.
You're
hear
not saying anything. So Lara, come back in, okay?
Okay, since we can't hear Chuksili, should we go ahead and share the last story?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and share the last story, because I don't know why Chuksili,
I don't know why
it's not saying anything.
It's not saying anything. Okay, so we'll go ahead and share the very last story, and then we'll just drag this thing out.
Please know that it's Lara back.
No, I don't see. I don't see her.
So just know that this next story that we're going to share, it is very, very sensitive. It might trigger you. It might trigger anybody. It is very, very sensitive, but we have to talk about it, because it's in speaking up that we learn, we address this issue, and we educate ourselves, each person at a time, and the society, wherever we find ourselves. But speak, we must. So mute your mics, please. There should be no sound when we are reading this thing, okay? Please mute your mics. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to read it?
I can read.
Okay.
Now, this is coming from a pastor, someone that is a pastor, right? His name is Benga. He said, when I was pastoring a church in Ketu, Lagos State, a woman came to church to attend one of our evening services. After the service, she approached me and said, one of our church members is my neighbor. She locked up my 18-year-old son at the police station since Saturday. And all our efforts to bail my son had been thwarted by this woman. I have come to appeal to you as her pastor to please help me appeal to her to release my son. The police said unless she drops the case, they are charging the matter to court this week. Please help us intervene, sir. I told the woman I will see what I can do. She told me her address and said, please let me get home for some time before you come over. I don't want her to know I had spoken to you. If possible, sir, tell her the Holy Spirit sent you to her to resolve this matter because of the other people that I had begged to appeal to her. Said as soon as they mentioned my name, she fled up and didn't entertain whatever they had to say. I knew at that moment, this is the pastor saying, I was being manipulated, but I didn't know why. So I asked her the billion-dollar question. Madam, what did your son do? She said, your church member said he was playing rough play with her children. These children grew up together in the same compound. We have been neighbors for a long time, and they are all boys. How my son was being punished for playing with her children is the puzzle here. Are children not supposed to relate and play together if they are friends and living in the same compound? She accused my son of a lot of things that I'm sure the matter will be resolved with your kind intervention. I promised the woman I will get on it. Later that evening, I went to their compound and met this church member at home. She was by the door of her flat picking beans. I greeted her and asked after her children. She said she had moved them to her older sister's house for the time being. I asked why, and then she said, I went to the market last week Sunday to sell some products to a long-term customer who came in from Owerri. I usually don't sell anything on Sunday, but this was an emergency. I left my sons, 14 and 12-year-old, at home. They were watching the TV, and I told them to lock the door. I finished selling the goods on time and raced back home to prepare dinner. When I got there, I saw my neighbor's son who just came home from the university 2 days before in my sitting room. His trousers, that's his pants, were drawn down to his knees, and he was kneeling over my 12-year-old son. My children were naked from the waist down too. He tied their hands and was putting his thing, that's his dick, inside them from the back. My children were crying. He was saying, I am initiating you into our cult. You will become strong like superheroes and other things like that. Pastor, he sodomized my sons with their hands tied like goats. I held his shirt and we began to struggle. He would have killed me if their father didn't walk in to defend me just in time. We took pictures and another neighbor called the police. That's how we locked him up, sir. I spoke with her and encouraged her to please see the case to the end. I gave her some money and encouraged her to keep that young man locked up. I was quite young at the time. I had no experience in dealing with such things. In fact, I was so green that I didn't know what was being described was possible or even being done in Nigeria and by a Nigerian. I always felt that such things were, foreign to us. It taught me a great lesson in parenting too. A lot of strange spirits are in this world, and they express themselves in destructive actions towards others. We must pay attention to these things as parents. We must do our best to ensure that the gifts God gave us are not soiled by the wicked expressions of the devil in others. Now, this is the story. Is this the final one?
Yes, that's the final one.
So this is the final story. For those of you who stayed on to continue listening, I applaud you people. Yeah. Lara, your device is not connecting. No, it's saying disconnected, Lara.
So try going out and
okay, it's good.
Got you. So everybody, please mute yourselves so that we can hear.
Chuksili, are you there?
Chuksili.
Now what? Maybe you didn't know.
Chuksili, unmute yourself. I don't know.
Okay, Lara. Are you ready?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Is your YouTube off?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So go on.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Wait, Lara, wait, please.
No, it's not. It's not. I'll turn it down. Sorry.
Yeah, so turn off the YouTube so that's only the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay, are you there?
Yes, it's turned down now.
Perfect.
Hey, Lara on the beat.
Sorry.
Okay, Lara, you're welcome. Where are you joining us from, please?
London.
Oh, London. Welcome, Lara. Lara is in the future. Yes, she's in the future. Yeah. Lara, yes. How are you doing today?
I'm good, ladies. Thanks for having me, sisters. I'm really grateful.
Yeah.
You guys are looking fabulous, by the way.
Thank you, Lara on the beat. Thank you.
Women supporting
You
women.
women.
There's no woman that has come on this that has not praised us for this beauty. You know, easy to
And
one.
Ella made my hair.
And Yo-Yo
Of
made my
course.
hair.
Oh,
Of
my
course.
God. Oh my God.
Thank you, Lara.
Thank you, Lara.
No, I'm really glad about the topics that you're both talking about today, because it's just incredible how a lot of children, both boys and girls, are being molested in Nigeria. I'm not just going to say Nigeria, all around the world, Africa, even in Britain, it happens. You know, in most of these cases, when you go back home, you find that it's usually their relative that's actually doing the molesting. It's not just a stranger. It's unfortunate that with this last woman that you've just mentioned, I've not read about hers. I'm hearing about it for the first time.
Which
That
of them? The one
the
of
last woman, the one where she's saying there was
Locked up the
sodomized.
18-year-old boy.
Rape is rape, I beg. Let's forget all this sodomization nonsense.
Yeah.
The boys were raped by her neighbor's son. An 18-year-old, somebody who's at uni, coming home to sleep with young boys.
14
What
and 20.
cult are you initiating a 12-year-old into? That's madness. That is just utter crazy. It's disgusting. You're gay, you are gay. Nobody's saying don't be gay. Welcome to the new world of homosexuality. You are welcome.
Yeah.
I'm sure in those who are homosexuals just like you would appreciate your presence. Go and find a grown-up man like yourself to sleep
Exactly.
with, not children. That's just wrong. That's evil. And then you now go about sleeping
And she tried to go and manipulate the pastor.
His mother went to the pastor and told the pastor that he should tell the neighbor that the Holy Spirit ministered. So
I don't blame her. You know why I don't blame her is the reason being is because you find a lot of Nigerians do that. When they want to manipulate somebody, they will always go to their pastors and say, please tell them the Holy Spirit said for you to do this. Tell them the Holy Spirit said you should do that. When there's no Holy Spirit talking to anybody anyway. As for me, if a pastor comes to me tomorrow, today, or any other day and say to me, oh, the Holy Spirit is telling me this and this about you, I'll simply just say to God, I understand. Thank you very much. But tell the Holy Spirit to come and talk to me first before talking to you or anybody else. Because why should I'm a Christian? I'm a child of God. So what makes you superior to me? In the eyes of God, we're all supposed to be in relating to God and the Spirit. I don't need anyone to preach to me.
Yeah.
But
So the question, you're right. So the question now is your own opinion. Are children a blessing or a gift from God? Yes or no?
Children, to be honest, I believe children are a blessing.
Why?
Because in many cases, you find that they tend to fill a gap in the lives of many that they come into. You either if you birth them yourself, you adopt them, or you foster them. It's always you know when you think of what's it called, the Maslow's hierarchy of emotions or feelings, or what do they call it, where there's certain level of needs a human being needs to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. There's a certain number of needs a human being needs to achieve in their lifetime in order for them to feel fulfilled. And there's a need for you to feel loved. There's a need for you to feel like you've achieved certain level of achievements in terms of wealth, or attain a level of wisdom, understanding. There are many things I can't go into it. It's just too much right now because my brain is firing in many directions. However, having a child and actually nurturing that child helps human beings to actually feel that they're achieving that level of need in their life, and they're meeting that need in their life. It's usually for that individual. It's not for the child themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's like a selfish thing for people. So it's like I'm having this child because I want somebody to help me to fulfill that.
It is selfish. It is selfish. But you find some people don't even have to have birth the child themselves. If they adopt or they foster somebody else's child, they're meeting that need all the same.
Yeah.
But that's where a lot of Africans lack the wisdom, whereby they're supposed to be adopting and raising other people's children who their parents are probably a victim of rape or something and have abandoned them.
I think
Or
when I ask this question,
they're a victim of poverty.
I think when I ask this question, Lara,
Yeah.
I'm not specific to how the child was brought into the world.
Either they were
As
adopted
long
or
as they are
in
the person is a
somebody's
child. As long as
that's what I'm saying.
whether they bet
I
them,
used that's what I was saying. Poverty,
Yeah.
or maybe a victim of poverty due to their
whether they
parents
birth
lacking.
them or they adopt them. It's the
Adopt.
context here is that child.
Mhm.
How they came is not even the
and we're focusing on consensual relationship.
so
So
right?
it could be the person was adopted, or it could be that a man and woman came together. They had
Or
the
surrogate.
child.
Well, legally, a child can never consent to sex.
No.
There's a question I asked. The first one you said yes, and I asked you why you think so, that they are a blessing from God, and you gave your response, right?
Yeah.
Now my follow-up question will come later because I'm going to ask everyone a follow-up question, and you gave your reason why you believe that to you, children are a blessing from God. In your response, I'm also unpacking other things, which is good. Which do you get what I mean? Which is good.
Yeah.
And the follow-up question I think we ask other people now tie it to the stories that you've heard today, based off of you've been here from the beginning. The super mom group, those people that were talking to that woman. What's your opinion about those people? Because obviously they are moms, and they will be the ones
most
to
likely
say that
children are gifts from God. And to correct, in case there's a confusion about us saying consensual relationship, we mean consensual relationship between man and woman who consent to have children. I'm not talking about children that were born out of rape or anything.
No.
You know.
Oh, not even
We're talking focus on consenting.
On consenting relationship.
That's what we're
you
talking
can
about.
have the child from the woman can have the child from her own womb. It could be through surrogacy, it could be through adoption, but it's a consenting relationship.
Yeah, so they are So to those, I want you now, I want you now to give your opinion on the stories we've talked about today. From the super moms, you see those ones we read out, right? What's your opinion on those women? And also on the lady that talked about the fact that her mom read the diary of her stepfather abusing her, but still did not believe her, right?
But also goes to this woman who walked into this madness, and she defended her children and treated them like the gifts, that blessings from God that they are.
Yeah. So what's your opinion on those super moms?
Well, I think you figured out what my opinion of the super moms are.
No, I didn't figure out, Mara. Hello.
Well, I really think they're crazy women. Obviously, they're not super moms. Nobody in their right mind would allow for their child to be raped by their husband. But I also believe that for them to be advising the woman to go back to her husband, it shows how damaged a lot of African women are. Or should I say those women in that group, how damaged they all are. Emotionally, psychologically, mentally, whatever you want to call it. They're evidently damaged and they do need a lot of help. And in this day and age, 2020, for women to still be saying things like that, it means that we have a lot of work to do as a community. You know, there's nothing else to say about that for me anyway.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
Thank you so much,
Lara. Thank you for bringing up the adoption thing too, because people might also be thinking towards that angle as well. And it was good for us to also address that too.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lara. I appreciate you. Just hang in there, okay? Chusili.
We hope that we'll be able to get this your audio today because I don't understand.
Chusili, unmute yourself. Okay. Why?
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Finally, yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
No mind village people. They don't attack me anywhere I go. They don't attack me. That's why I enter one village to go make peace. They push me.
Where are you calling us from?
I come here. I'm calling you guys from. I know nothing that made me vex. Now ask me where the corner. I the corner from Iraq, Afghanistan.
I don't think you've ever called in before. I mean, we see you comment.
I've always called. I've always come. The last time I called in was when you guys were having a. Well, let's forget about that. I'm calling from Sweden.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome. We will not drag that part. We're happy that.
No drag. No, if we drag, and we go win.
Okay, no way. If you say you go win, that's fine. So, welcome. Okay, I hope you have stories.
Well, the issue is that when we talk about babies.
Should we
I want to ask you a question first. No, overtake me, please. My question is because that's the same thing that everybody's been asking, right? We're focusing on the topic of today. We've read the topic. My question to you now, or our question to you now is, in your opinion, Are children a blessing or a gift from God? If your answer is yes, why? If your answer is no, why?
Man, what's the difference between a blessing and a gift?
That's for you to decide.
That's for you to decide.
When we're talking about children, two things we have to put into consideration is that our society, like Nigeria today, because we just talk about Nigeria, because Nigeria is one of the biggest African nations on earth, and Nigeria is well recognized all over the world today. You know, and we'll talk about religion. Nigeria is well equipped with much varieties and much might to getting closer to God. You understand? Okay. If we should begin like this, okay, a woman who is married for a very long time and searching for the womb of the heart after several years, and she was suddenly blessed with a baby. In that case, you may call that a blessing from God. But in the case of a gift, you understand, I may say a family who has been going through hell and has series of babies. You understand? All of a sudden, one of the babies became so rich that he became like that he was able to have helped the family, build the family, give the family a very solidified name. You understand? That we can say it's a gift. You know, this is a question, to be honest with you. If you should let me explain it this way, honestly speaking, I may sleep all day long without having an answer. But I know it's a debate. If you call it a debate, I can just sit on one perspective and begin to dribble myself or dwell around it. You understand?
Yeah.
It's good the way you unpack it. It's your own perspective,
It's
it's a debate which is true, and it's all our perspective. Everyone has given their answer, and you've given your own in two different ways.
But let me go on that blessing.
Okay.
Because if I should take myself as an example, you understand, I should say I'm a blessing in my family. You understand? If my family should sleep one day without even hearing my name, it's a big problem. I'm not the breadwinner of the family. That goes to the gift. You understand? But just being that they have a son, Chugs, living in another country, not being involved in any crime, respecting everything, following out things, and really respecting the family doctrine and what have you. I mean, it's a blessing to them that they have someone like me. Understand? I may not go so deep on rape and what have you, because we're not talking about rape here. You understand? Yeah. I've had so many people mention about rape and
we're talking about
the reason why we're talking about that,
it.
we narrated different stories from different angles, and once again to kind of, for anybody who might be confused too about this, many people choose to have children.
Well, if we're talking about rape, sorry to say this, I don't want to go deep into some certain things. There are some things that I may not share here because I know a lot of people are watching me. You understand? I may just say some certain things here. But if we should go on our childhood memories, there are a lot of things we did that we didn't know what we were doing. We're just enjoying it. It's fun. They were all fun.
I think you are
understanding
everything. So we gave stories today, real life stories today, right? For the debate, there's always a theme, right? And there's
I still stood on the blessing.
I'm not. No, it's okay.
It's okay. Whether it's a blessing to us, whether you believe children are a blessing or not a blessing,
it's your opinion,
and that's perfectly okay.
Yeah, you don't. That's your opinion, right?
Yeah,
and we respect that opinion, right? But at the the follow-up question is the stories that we've read today. I don't know where you came in. The stories that we read today, there was one from the Facebook.
There are some parents who have treated their children as blessings, and some that have not treated their children as blessings.
Now, and there are children who have been victims of rape today in today's story by their stepfathers.
It's hurting. It's quite unfortunate.
Yes, by their stepfathers. And there are certain decisions that their mothers took. And there are also certain decisions that women in certain groups are more or less shaming the victim and not
Okay,
protecting
I appreciate
the
that.
rights of the victim, right? What's your opinion on these stories that we have?
No, honestly, it's very, very bad when you see. Let's call it a spade a spade. As a mother, as a father, if you notice that your partner has done something that is wrong, please take it out to. You must, the problem I'm having in our modern society today is that a lot of people believe sometimes I don't like sharing everything out because when I share it out, it will end up backfiring on me. Honestly, you are killing yourself. You are really killing yourself. Always find that confident, that person that you must always share out things with. Because in this kind of situation today, you just mentioned that a mother notices that her husband has raped her daughter or her son and her trying to cover it up. It's a big shame on her in her own part. Because a role of a mother is both mother and the father had similar roles in protecting and building up a child welfare.
Mhm.
You understand? In Africa, they always say it is the father's role to take charge or responsibility of everything. But in my own opinion today, it took me time to have come to a realization that a father and a mother have same role, irrespective of their financial capacity. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Understand?
Yeah.
It's very, very wrong that a mother would see such and try to defend her partner or whatever, or vice versa.
Mhm.
Understand? Because by doing so, you are killing the future of the baby.
Mhm.
I overheard a girl who said she felt like committing suicide,
Yeah. Yeah. She cut herself several times.
caught herself.
For 14 years,
Understand?
they were telling her mother was, and the mother saw the diary of what the stepfather was writing of how he was molesting the
It's
child.
very painful.
Yeah.
It's very, very
And she had the
painful.
courage to speak up. They are now coming, sending a
Yeah.
message that why she's
Kudos to her. Kudos to her. Honestly, she tried.
Yeah.
She really tried to have come out and and explain her situation.
Yeah.
It is not everyone that has that strength or that courage to have done such. You understand? We parents are the biggest problem today. We see our babies going wrong. We don't want to correct them. We feel like correcting them is like making them look stupid. No, we are not making them look stupid. We are helping them because a baby does not know what they're doing. It's just like a dog. You kept a meat somewhere and a dog jumped up and picked the meat and you begin to beat the dog. Man, you are the most stupid person on earth because the dog does not know anything. It is your duty to protect the dog the same way you protect a baby. We're talking about the Western system where we are today. We have respect is hierarchical.
It's a very tough one.
You understand?
Mhm.
It's quite you understand?
You get you.
First of all, the first person we respect a baby.
Mhm.
After a baby, then comes a woman. After a woman comes an animal, a pet or whatever. Let me not call animal a pet. Then the fourth person is a man. If you go to a jungle, they say the king of a jungle is a lion. Why is it so? Because they believe that men should or in any way have the ability to protect, to build, and to make things look so unique. You understand? A woman is just there to make sure that these things are working in accordance based on how you want it. Physically, we're stronger than women. Psychologically, we are at the same capacity stronger than women because women are more emotional than us. Understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you
so
That's
much.
another topic for another day.
for Thank you for
Thank you
unpacking
so
that and
much.
speaking on that.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
Yeah,
We
thank
hear.
you. So just hang
Yeah.
in. Okay?
Should I mute or you guys
No, you can mute.
mute it
You can mute
automatically?
yourself. No,
Okay.
you can mute yourself. Yeah, you can mute yourself. Okay.
I noticed that some people are commenting in the private chat. Just know that if you're commenting in the private chat, people can't see it. Only we that are in the
In
studio
studio
now
that can
can
see.
see.
So
But if you want other people to see, you have to comment in the public
public
chat.
chat, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Toby,
Hey, my people.
how are you?
I did. I'm not did now.
We're
Very
doing
good,
good.
very
We're
good.
doing good. We're doing good.
Yeah, the common sense sisters. So it's fun to hang with you guys. I just called today, so make I greet you Nanu. I know I don't get anywhere like today, I don't have any kids, at least not that I know of.
But you have nephews.
So
You have nephews.
I do have nephews,
But you know
but
kids.
He has
You
nephews.
have
This
been
one
around
I got
kids.
him there, so he has nephews.
yeah, I have nephews, I have a niece, and hopefully I'll be a parent one day. But I've been listening, by the way, even though I dey hustle up and down. But yeah, great show so far, great stories. Um, sad stories, I should say. I'm sorry, I take that back. Very morbid, very depressing. But thank you guys for bringing all these things up for us to talk about. This is how we make progress as a society. But yeah, that's all. That's all I got to say for now.
Oh, you have to answer the question to
You
me.
answered the question now. Because we're asking
Oh.
the question.
To you, are children
Mhm.
a gift or a blessing, whichever language you put, whether it's gift or blessing from God?
Yes, yes. Let's ignore the biblical reference point for blessing and gift and all of that. There could be a blessing. It depends. If you oftentimes when you have children, aside from the biological obligation to reproduce, if you have
Do you actually
children,
have
Is
a
it really an
biological
obligation?
obligation to reproduce?
I'm
Can we,
sorry.
can we allow
Somebody said
somebody
something.
say something?
No, I was just
Yeah.
asking. You said apart from the biological obligation to reproduce, do you actually have a biological obligation to reproduce?
No, okay. Well, all right. So I use the word obligation loosely. So, reproduction, meaning the natural process of,
Procreate.
continuity of life is
Mm-hmm.
what I'm referring to. You don't have to get involved in that. It's so, yeah, I take that back. It's not an obligation. Um, so, um, so when you strip that off the conversation, is what I'm trying to say. I guess to the parent, I think somebody alluded to that earlier. It could be a blessing, you fulfilling, offspring. And then if you want to tap into the whole legacy thing that Africans actually pride in, I'm not a fan of it. And I've made that very clear times that number on the show,
Yeah.
especially because it basically reduces women and elevates men. So oftentimes you have a man who has 8, 9 girls, always looking for a boy child. you know. Um, so in that sense, to the parent, whatever they define as fulfillment in life, it could be a blessing to them because the child has no say in coming to the world or being born. But we've also seen children who are the bane of the existence of their parents. We've seen children who have killed their parents. you know,
Exactly.
we've seen children who have been all from the beginning, from the moment they were born to the day the parent leaves this world. It was like, why did I not abort this child in the first place? So when you balance the conversation with those stories, um, then you begin to wonder, are they really a blessing? So I guess my simple answer is they could be a blessing. It depends on who you ask and the circumstance. Um, the first story of the lady who chose not to have a child, that's her prerogative. She has every right to choose not to have a child. Nobody has any right whatsoever to question a decision or to judge her for a decision. That said, I'm completely against the African culture. It happens mostly, and I said that because it happens a lot with African people, where a woman gets married and the expectation is for you to have a child, and when you don't have a child, it's like they begin to demonize you, they begin to vilify you, persecute you. It's almost like all of the love that was extended to you at the beginning, they just make a 180 turn, and they now hate you because you can't have a child. So now you've been reduced to just a childbearing machine. Nothing else matters. You don't bring anything else to the table. You are worth nothing. The only thing you are good for is to have a child.
and that is completely insane, and we have to change that. So I'm totally against that. But in the end, everyone should make their personal choice. If you want a child, go for it. If you can have it biologically, have it. If you cannot, adopt. But make sure you know what you're getting into. Be psychologically, emotionally, financially ready to have a child, so you can be there for that child. you know but if you bring a child into the world just because you can, and you abandon that child, you expose that child to abuse, then you are the worst person in this world ever. So that's all I got to say about that.
Right. So the women that you see, those women that are promoting the toxic culture.
Mhm.
You were here when we were reading the story, right?
Yes, yes.
Most people that call themselves super moms,
Mm.
and how that woman, the woman did the right thing by leaving the husband, taking herself and her daughter and her children out of that toxic space.
Yeah.
Now the question the woman asks is for a job. But those other foolish women that were telling her to send out her daughter, send her daughter away, discipline the daughter, go back to the marriage, admonish the man, go back to the marriage and all those things. Similar to Audrey, who shared her story about how her stepfather was writing in his diary of the things he was doing to her, and her own mother saw it. The mother did not believe her. Instead, the mother kept on gaslighting her, telling her she has psychosis and all those things. For 14 years. Now she came to speak up, and the woman is saying, "Why are you speaking up?" Right? Now, on to the next story of another woman who caught a neighbor's son, 18-year-old, abusing her 2 teenage boys, and took the step to make sure that she fights, and they arrested the boy, and how the boy's mother is going to manipulate the pastor, attempting to manipulate the pastor to say, say you have to influence so that they can deceive. Collectively, what's your opinion on all those things?
I mean, you already know where I start on this issue. So let me take the first one. So it kind of ties to what we're talking about the last time, where people are more interested in the institution of marriage and than the lives that are involved in the union. We are so obsessed with protecting some kind of societal image. We just want to look good. We just want to appear normal and good, but you have a problem under your nose. You don't want to fix that problem. And sometimes the solution might be getting rid of the source of the problem, which could be the relationship, which could be the marriage. But oh no, you don't want to do that because you don't want to be stigmatized. You don't want to be seen by society as you're lost, you've missed it. So so that's exactly what we're seeing here, where somebody decides, you know what, this is a very toxic situation for me and my daughter, my child. So we're going to up and leave. But society says, oh no, you can't do that. You stay with your marriage, fix your marriage, blah 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 blah. So that is just nonsense. That is just horrible. And that is where, as individuals, you really have to make up your own rules. You have to decide what is good for you. Are you going to go with what society is saying, and let the community raise you and raise your children? Or are you going to decide what is good for you? What is good for you? What is it that makes you fulfill? What is going to be healthy for you? Because like last week, Osinachi left that idiot, and then they pressured her to go back, and now she winds up. I'm sorry?
It wasn't her family. She left him for a year, and she was in her family, but he came with some pastors to come and
pastor. Yeah, there you go, pastor.
So
Anyways,
it was her choice.
Yeah, well, I guess you made the choice. You could say that, yeah. So, the super moms, no, they're not super moms. They're crazy. They are crazy moms. These are some of the gatekeepers I was talking about the last time of dysfunction. So these people, they pretend under the guise of, oh, we stand for culture, we stand for morals, we stand for traditions and all that nonsense. But really, what you are doing is you are an enabler. That's what you are. You are an enabler of toxicity. You are an enabler of dysfunctionality. You are an enabler of everything that is wrong with society. So you can sit there on your high tower and your pedestal and then boast about, oh, you're for the tradition, you're for custom and all that. But when you think about it, you are enabling bad behavior. And the likes of you shouldn't really be seen in public. It's a shame. It's a shame that, and to the parent, that your child comes to you and says to you, Uncle so and so is touching me in a very funny way. But the benefit of the doubt, you give it to the uncle, you don't give it to your daughter. That is just crazy. Because and common sense sisters, there may be some reasons why a woman want to do that, for selfish reasons, because you don't want to lose the man.
Obviously, that's what the women were saying there. That's why the
they were telling her to go back to your marriage.
Yeah, you don't want to lose the man. You don't want to lose the union. Because like, where will I find another man? I know how long it took me to get this one to stay.
Yeah.
Who will marry a single mother? Who will be with blah 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 blah?
She was even a single mother already. She was even a single. This
woman was just asking for a job.
She's a single mother that got married to this man.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And there were some women also on that platform that were saying, they were also saying, for the fact that now that you are doing this, you've opened room for opportunity for the girl to continue with the thing with your husband. It's just very corrosive mindset.
Yeah.
Anyways, well, I've got that tough questions.
I see that we have two guys on the platform.
Yeah, so
they are the ones I want to ask this question to first. So we also read this story about this man who decided to get a vasectomy because he doesn't want kids. I read that on there because you were not here earlier. So I'll just ask Toby first. So for men you see that sometimes for women who choose not to have kids, they take active steps in making those decisions. So for example, they can choose to get sterilized, freeze their eggs, maybe they want in the future, they can have it again. But they make certain steps to make sure that even if they are having continuous sex, if they're active, they don't get pregnant. But you have some men who know that they don't want kids. They are probably with women who want kids. They will not tell these women that they don't want kids. Or sometimes they do tell the women they don't want kids, but they don't take active steps to make sure that no matter how many times they shoot, it will always be blank. So as men, this is Chuksili and Toby.
Chuksili and Toby on the planet.
But Toby first. Do you think that men who choose not to have kids should undergo a vasectomy? Reversible or irreversible?
Okay. Jeez. So a jam question, the way you phrased it.
Sometimes you know the answer them. This one must be answered. Yeah.
So no, I go try. I'll let me take a stab at it. So first of all, I think the most paramount thing for any man and any woman to have truthful conversations. You got to be honest with each other. These are kind of the things you say on a first, second date. I don't know. Do you want kids? No, I don't want kids. And stuff like that. So when you go past that, and now you're in the relationship, society, you are right, Ella. It's almost like it is a woman's responsibility to do something, to prevent more kids. You are the one to do something to your body. You are the one to actively pursue the process of preventing more kids. But the man, oh no, he can be shooting, and God knows he doesn't shoot blanks all the time. So I think that if a man does not want kids, first of all, communicate that with your partner. Make sure it is well understood. Now, don't end there, because we know this thing called sex. So don't just leave it at communication. If you really, really are serious, do something. At least a reversible vasectomy is advisable. Maybe in the future, you may change your mind. Maybe you now begin, as you get older, when you're much younger, we have a lot of ideas. And as you get older, you're like, maybe I want legacy. Maybe I want some boy running around, bearing my name. Then you can go fix things up. But don't put it on the woman, is what I'm saying, alone. Don't just be the lion king of the jungle and be shooting every day and thinking, and then she winds up pregnant. You're like, I thought we know what we're doing. No, you also have a role to play in the process.
Thank you, the Knights of the Squad, for taking the challenge.
Chuksili from Sweden.
Chuksili,
please. The question is on on your plate.
Well, hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, well, I think he has answered it all. All
No,
about communication. No. Honestly speaking, okay, let me put it this way. I'm married. For any decision I intend to make today, I must consult my wife. It must come in an agreement, because I know how you men do. Honestly speaking, sometimes we are physically strong, but you guys, your lifestyle is quite tremendous. Man can nobody can really explain how you people are really built up.
What
The
people
question
are you
is
talking
about
about?
settlement.
No, I don't understand.
No, I know what I'm saying. A woman may say today, yes, I don't need a baby. For me, it's not a problem to me. I don't need a baby. But after some few years, maybe by going out, she now discovered that her friends, maybe someone had a baby, and she felt, you know how women have this kind of swing in mindset. You understand that once they see something, they begin to like, oh, I want to have this thing. Maybe it's time to have a baby. They begin to like, let me talk to the man. Maybe no. And a woman is very, very manipulative. I know you guys may see arguments.
You are dodging. No.
My question is, this is why
I'm asking for men.
This is why because the first progression. Let me read it.
I'm telling you a man's weakness. I'm telling you a man's weakness.
You know,
a man's weakness.
You know, go cut corners. You go give us Swedish response today. Yes. You already hear American response.
Before the women.
The first photographer said, "I did it. I just got my irreversible vasectomy done. I'm 29 years old, unmarried, no children, and no intention of ever having any. I've wanted this for years. It's surreal." And he thanked everybody that helped him out with the supporting process. So I'm asking now, whether you are married, whether you're in a relationship, as a man, I'm asking from the male perspective. Obviously, we're also going to share it with Jay or Moyes.
No, I'm telling you, see.
From the male's perspective.
Absolutely. Based on what I'm saying, it's a yes for me. You understand?
Once a woman yes, that he should have a vasectomy.
Any decision, you see a woman, any decision a woman makes to make peace. I'm telling you my sister and how my sister works.
No, forget
you cannot
about
fight
women.
A woman.
Forget
you
about
guys don't
women.
understand it. No, honestly, I'm not going to make any decision. Before I started this,
I'm telling you, see what I'm telling you. Wait, calm down. This is what I'm telling you. I hate using that word, calm down. Sorry. This man does not have, he's unmarried. He doesn't have any woman in his life, but he has chosen not to have kids. You have some women who are also single.
How they can tell you how I know we'll get kids.
It's not about you. Hey, Jesus.
Why I know go get kids.
Tuxili.
So
wait, Ella. I think he's trying to talk.
They don't kill me. I beg. I know they feel fine. I just come out from Ukraine. I have bullet wounds all over my body.
Tuxili. Come straight.
I'm listening.
It's not about you, your wife, or your marriage.
It is a man's question. It is man to man. We they come direct.
I'm talking about a man
and the reason why we they ask you this question, because it is only a man that will be able to understand and answer for men.
Mm-hmm. That's why we did not ask you about sterilizing tubes, because you don't have tubes.
Yeah.
You know?
So for a man A say, I don't want children, I don't want born. Now if a man says to himself that I don't want to have kids, I don't want to ever think of even being a father to anybody.
Whether I'm in a relationship or not, he has made that choice.
Personal
choice.
Himself. Now, whose responsibility is it
to make sure
that they don't have kids?
Should the man go and get a vasectomy like divorce photographer, or should he be waiting for the women that he's going to be sleeping with to sort themselves out, meaning by taking pills or getting an abortion?
Do you know what I can't answer? I can't answer this question. Me, I've made up my mind from beginning that I need a kid. I just had a bouncing baby.
He's internalizing it, and it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I must. Honestly, I know if you answer anything because fine. my life. There's power in tongue. I always feel things I say with my tongue.
It's okay.
I get that no matter how we try to go about it, you are not going to think of it outside yourself.
That we're thinking about it.
Yeah, because it's a very, how do I put it now?
You're around your guys because your guys are calling him. It's good. Thank
Lara, Moya, and Jay. Are you people seeing what the men are doing?
It's not what men are doing. Because Toby answered us. Jusili is thinking of it as a married
man.
But
I answered you guys. I've told you my mind. I have a baby. How would I go how would I go against
Whose
what I have?
responsibility?
It's just a
Whose
question.
responsibility is it? If man if an individual says he doesn't want to have kids, whose responsibility is it to make sure that the individual that says he doesn't have kids, will not have kids? Whose responsibility is it? Is it the man's responsibility who says he doesn't want to have, or the woman who is with?
Honestly speaking, I'm telling you guys one gospel truth, and you won't understand it.
Okay, we'll go to
Hey,
the
let me break it down.
Okay,
Let me
break it down.
Let me break it down. You see, the truth is that a lot of us are really trying to dodge this question when it comes to sex. Wait. When it comes to sex, it's very, very difficult for us to make a decision. I know you tell me no. I'm telling you what is happening.
It's very difficult for the human brain now, in the sanity of the inside that we are of the right now, the common sense sisters. We are asking the question. What we know say nobody right now they fuck where they the planet. At this moment now, nobody's
and it's not all sex that brings children.
Exactly. I'm saying that if an individual takes the responsibility that I do not want to have a child, whose responsibility is it to make sure that they don't have a child? You dig?
A choke.
Okay, we're gonna leave Chixili.
We're gonna leave it on that. And why
no problem. I
Why not to internalize it by thinking that we're saying you? No, it's not about you. We're just asking in general. Like if somebody chooses,
he said, Toby or whatever. Wait. He says something. No, oh my God, I'm dead. He said it's a decision. He said it's a decision between a man and a woman.
No, it's a decision between a man and a woman. Chixili, who have left you? I beg.
Chixili, you want to tutorial our brain, Abi?
Chixili want to
no wahala. Maybe.
Maybe we ask Junior.
Junior say hell.
Okay, ask Junior.
And you see, you don't wrong. That's how they behave. Now only Toby answer.
No, I'm here. Sorry, I was muted.
Hey, Junior, please help us to help Chixili.
Laraja, no more. Yeah, you people see what's going on.
Say women they internalize. See me when I they internalize.
Honest,
can you repeat the question, please?
They come through every corner. Everybody they say choke. He will not choke because Chixili will answer the question. Even if I go to the call for sweet, we still need Chixili's sweet answer.
Yes.
Junior,
are you ready?
Please help us to.
Yeah, what's up?
The question make an actor can in plain English. A man has decided that he doesn't want to have children. For the most part, women who choose not to have kids, they do something about it in the sense that they go on the birth control pill, they sterilize themselves, they do implants. In the morning after they take the pill, if children come, they might abort it or whatever. They make those active steps not to have children. But for the most part, when men choose not to have kids,
if I get prostata cancer, who
talk? You cannot interrupt.
I don't.
Sorry.
Just hold on. We have to.
So the question is, if a man has chosen not to have kids, this is whether he's in a relationship or not. It is his choice, because whether in a relationship or not, you cannot force somebody that doesn't want to have kids, right? If he has chosen not to have kids, whose responsibility is it to ensure that he doesn't have kids? Should he go and get himself a reversible or an unreversible vasectomy, or should it be on any woman that he's sleeping with to ensure that this man true does not have kids?
True.
Just because you don't want to have kids does not mean you need a vasectomy.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to believe that, like, I'm going to use myself for example, because I cannot speak for other men, honestly. So if if I'm single, and obviously before you get into a relationship, you have to have the discussion, right? This is what the things that you talk about before you during courtship. Do you want to have kids? How many kids do you want to have in case you get married, and yada. So it is my responsibility not to do that. If the girl agrees and said, okay, she doesn't want to have it, perfect. So it's a perfect match. So we have something in common.
Yeah.
But to answer your question specifically, if I don't want to have kids, given what I know, my knowledge about vasectomy, I don't want to do it. So there are other type of controls out there. For example, I could prefer to do withdrawal method. I don't have
we give
who they talk for them. This is the Canadian perspective.
Now the night be they make
Oh, I said that to see
a fellow man.
No, sorry, Nami, they will withdraw. Hey, there is God, though.
We don't know. Say, Junior, continue. We don't want your
It's okay. God will see us.
So my brother just said something very funny. He said, "Is it withdraw or withdrew?" So, but anyways, yeah. So I could do that, and I don't have to do the vasectomy because you have to understand something. If you say something today, you might change your mind in the next 10 years. Okay, you might change your mind in the next 10 years. So again, the vasectomy is like a no-no forever. I think there are some that could be irreversible, that could be reversible, but the chance is not 100% guarantee. So like at the end of the day, if you choose to do it, it is your own personal decision. So at the end of the day, it's just a personal decision. I can't speak for other people what to do. Personally, I won't do it just because I don't want kids. I think I will have to find other ways, like saying it, I will have sex, I enjoy it, I like doing it, but I have to take a responsibility to make sure that I pull out before ejaculation, period.
Hey, Tuxili don't even say condom. Tuxili don't say condom.
No, well,
Junior,
well,
say pull out. You know many women don't they suffer from pull out when they what?
pull out where they produce twins.
Quadruplets.
Pull out where they produce twins. It's okay. It's okay.
no, you can do it. It's successful. There's a lot of people that have done it.
I don't know, please. I don't
So
know
say, listen, I have a background in neuroscience. So I remember there is a course that I took called Sex and the Brain. That's actually how I learned this very well. So if you can actually control that, sex and the brain, you can actually control it when it is the sweetest part when you're about to come, but you can actually control that. So that way I don't need to put on any rubber or whatever you want to call it. So that's, to me, that is, I will have to do my own control in that way, not to have.
So you want okay, I get you.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Egosa
of Sweden, please.
Yes, madam. Are they here?
People when they say madam,
they call us madam.
We are not offenses.
Because Nigeria, when they want call you, they go call you madam.
I decided to stay and just listen today and enjoy the show.
Why?
But this
No right
last
to do
part,
that.
It's not go feed they stay, they just they listen.
this last
When we
part,
pray,
make I talk one or two things before I walk out.
Where you want waka go?
Are they here with you now? Are they here? I just make a shut up today.
Thank you for being brave. Only because Tuxili say if we do us something.
Tuxili didn't at all the men, they didn't work on it.
Wait, so
women,
like a question. Women, are you seeing what we're saying? The question is the same to you. If you man is not to have children, whose responsibility is it? Should he go and undergo a vasectomy? Junior has given us own perspective, but from your own stance, what do you think?
Okay, you're asking whose responsibility is you are talking about vis-a-vis men or women. Let's say we are in a relationship, right?
You don't have to be in a relationship.
Or say girlfriend or so. Okay. Yeah, because a man and a woman they get beled now. So and a man supposed to give woman something before she get beled. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I say, okay, whose responsibility it is. I want to bring in a woman into this, right?
Why?
I should say,
if I just say run away, we'll go bring her back. Carry on, please.
I should say me and Junior were quite small now.
Remember in your scenario, that is the man that said he doesn't want to have children. Okay, give your scenario.
Yeah. So the thing is this, right? Where earlier on in the comment section, I said that a divorce photographer told a huge story with what he did, and what he did is quite not too common, because if we hear about contraception, we only look about women and we forget about men. Okay, and even in the doctor's office, the doctor even always focus on the woman. If a couple decides that, okay, we are no longer, if a doctor says, okay, it's risky for you for the couple to have children anymore. Okay, the woman, it will be risky for you to have a child. The doctor will be focusing on the woman. Okay, let's do this to you. Let's take out your womb. Let's tie this. Let's untie that. And they ignore the man. So the woman is always a guinea pig, and to me, it is so unfair. This also comes into patriarchy and misogyny and sexism, where if it comes to contraception, women are so much discriminated against, where men just, they stay on the sideline and allow the woman to do all the work in terms of contraception to avoid having children, while the men will just while the man will keep their body intact. You see, so it's about time we started having this conversation where a man and a woman will sit at home. Let's assume a husband and a wife, or a boyfriend and girlfriend, or partners will sit at home, and they decide that okay, we will not want to have children, and the man will go into a doctor's office to tie whatever so that the woman shouldn't get pregnant. It's not only women who take upon all the burden for contraception. That's the angle I'm trying to take. So
what about you're talking about the angle from a people in a relationship. Now I'm talking about a single man.
Yeah.
A single man who is his choice. Like how I narrated it was, for the most part, when you have women who say they don't want to have kids, they take active steps. Whether they are in a relationship or not, they will go.
I agree. Men also, so it's the same thing. So men also should take active steps. That's why I'm saying this guy told a huge story. If you know that down the line you will still be having sex, you will not be able to use the withdrawal method, or they call it the coitus interruptus. You will not be able to apply coitus interruptus, or you will not be able to put on the condom. You understand? Then do something within your body so that you'll be sterile, whether permanently or temporarily, so that you wouldn't have children. You see, so these things men should normalize this thing. You understand? Because to a lot of men, it's a taboo topic. They want to keep their body intact. So it's okay for men to say they don't want to have children, and they take the drastic step. Yeah.
We don't learn new word. From the medical, we get a sex and the brain. We don't learn coitus interruptus.
We are learning. Women on the platform.
And coitus interruptus doesn't really work at times, because in the heat of pleasure, something small may go in, and you think that you're safe, but something small already went in.
Swim.
And the majority came out.
God will forgive you.
May God bless you for telling them. If you're not telling them anything, may lead them to deceive themselves.
Who they talk? Chufili when not answer that question. Now Chufili they talk. Chufili, Toby and Junior answer though, and Egosa. You are doing like this. You are doing
yogo. Lara no more here.
Please help us to answer this question.
Please. Are you people there?
Yeah, go on.
Mm-hmm. So, who do people think is, if a man says he doesn't want to have kids, right? Whose responsibility is it to ensure that he doesn't have kids?
Should he go and take a vasectomy, irreversible or permanent?
If the man no one get picking, may only safe now.
In what way, please?
Only safe can mean different things.
Now you go decide if they're both. If I'm assuming, I'm going to speak from people, two people that are married. Okay. If the man and the woman are married, for instance, but I mean, I go ask question, but when I not get this conversation before when I marry, whether when I won't get children or whether when I no won't get, because you cannot marry a man that after you marry him, he decides he doesn't want to have children. That will not work. So first and foremost, so that means that one are ground for divorce automatically, because fraud be that one. It should be assumed that, okay, this person married under the assumption that the expectation was, okay, you guys will have children. But if that's not the case, you're not fulfilling that aspect for her. So there's no need for the union to continue. Now, if both parties, if let's say they're dating, and they're having, I will assume that they're having all these conversations. How many children? Do you want children? Do you like children? Do you want to have children? Is there any possibility that you may not be able to have? Okay, if the possibility is there, what is the issue? Is it something that we can fix? Or is it something that, no, you did something in the past that has led to the fact that you can't have children? Which is it, right? So if the two people come to a conclusion, let's say the man say, okay, Dondoni, I will not, he doesn't want to have children, then the woman should walk away, because maybe the woman wants to have children, right? And the man does not. So the woman everybody can share gari and go carry your load and waka. But if the man says, I don't want to have children, it's up to him to decide if he wants to have a vasectomy, reversible or irreversible, on his own, by himself. But he cannot be married to a woman who wants something and he's not able to provide it. If both of them decide that they don't want children, then it's a different topic entirely. Then they can decide on what they want to do. But I mean, how many Nigerian men go do vasectomy? I don't know many.
Even the thought of it, later I was saying now, Nabi, it's not rubbish.
Small vasectomy. They don't shock. How dare they think it? Why should a man think it? Now we're becoming emotional.
Everybody brave ones that cause it, no. Except to see when they
I understand to you, sir. You cannot
know why somebody wants to have kids. It's fair enough.
Exactly. So I mean, exactly. We almost had the fallout. We almost had fight here because we're able to.
Why is this okay? Like, okay, babe, I don't want kids. Okay, babe, you know what to do now. Go and get the injection. Woman, in period, could they do one kind? So women will be fatter because of all these drugs. But people just today small things. Small. Just do it for me, small, irreversible, irreversible,
small injection, small procedure, small,
like this.
Yeah,
vasectomy is not a small procedure.
But you cannot compare to pregnancy.
I don't know. You can't
really do you know how vasectomy work? Like
we don't know.
No, like, so okay. For example, right now, so for us that are men, like, so we have sperm, and if you remember in your biology class, the sperm is stored in the epididymis. So if you cut that off, right, it is like if your sperm is pretty much there, it's floating. It is just floating, dancing. That is pretty much what happens when you have vasectomy. So even when you have sex and does shoot out, if you remember the sperms, how the sperms travel to fertilize the egg, it doesn't happen that way. It just sits there. That's what happens when you have vasectomy. You still ejaculate, but it doesn't travel far. It doesn't swim like how the sperm swims. So it's just, I mean,
does it cause problems for women? Is there any health implications for that?
It doesn't necessarily have a health implication, but you will feel it when you're doing it. You will feel that
bleeding, pains, and swollen, all those things.
Sometimes
it doesn't hit, so it doesn't hit like that.
Yeah. So it has side effects.
Does it ever heal after the side effects?
Yeah, it heals. It is certainly it heals.
But does it cause, like, you would think, like, if for those who have more vast knowledge on it, does it cause things?
Okay,
like,
what you know? That's
what I'm asking now. Does it cause things like, for example, you have women who might be on bed control or whatever, or they have taken the IUD or whatever injection. You can have some people who have mood swings. Some people might have reactions. Some women become fatter. Some women become very skinny. Different things happen to women's body who choose to take different types of precautions to avoid having babies. So we wanted to know, is that something similar for men? I mean, Junior has given us some answers.
And I hear that it heals.
It heals. So what are some of the side effects? You know, maybe the side effects is what is making some men very scared about it. So what are some of the side effects?
If they heal, so why
educate us on that?
It's not just the side effect, it's also the psychological part of it. Like if for example, telling a 50 to 60-year-old man or an African man to go and do vasectomy, and they know that they are even done having children, they wouldn't even do it. Not to talk of asking a young guy to do it. You know, like, I mean, I think if I should reverse the role in terms of women, you guys have more choices than we do.
The side effect is that don't pray that all your children will crash on an aircraft.
He say no.
You don't have any. I don't have any. No, maybe you might have had some few children before then. You understand?
Assuming
now you have no option. Now the only option is just adaptation. So you have to be careful. That's why we don't want to answer this.
All right, don't
like so many things.
The fear of vasectomy goes with,
I guess.
The
When I
fear
respect
of
myself,
vasectomy
yes.
goes the same with the fear, with the stigmatization of male infertility.
Infertility.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just this. It's just that feeling emasculated. Do you understand?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
It's
guys,
just
do you
that.
understand that
It's
women
just a
do
feeling.
actually?
Sorry.
No.
After Egosa, Lara will speak and then Toby.
It's just a feeling it's just a feeling that okay, you are no longer a man because you cannot impregnate a woman.
But he has made the
Hey,
choice. The man made the choice.
Jesus Christ. I
It's
can't
just
imagine
as
that feeling.
it's just as feeling nothing more.
Jesus.
It's not about a woman, okay, but now the responsibility is being shifted on it. Of which of which they have children. Or you have decided that you don't want to have any more children. You have already had 2, 5, 3, 6. You understand? And you've decided to do a vasectomy. So what's the shame in it as a man? You've already have your children. Or let's imagine that you don't want to have children and you take that bold decision that I don't want to have children. So for me, there's just no shame. It's just that stigma attached to it. So as men, we just need to work on ourselves that vasectomy is just okay. It's just okay. It has no side effect as a man. It comes only psychologically of what will people say, the self-feeling of feeling less of a man. That's
Thank you so
Feeling of
much.
ego.
because it is even because as couples, it is even safer for a man to do a vasectomy than for a woman to be on numerous contraceptives.
So
That
that's
will
what someone was saying in the comment section.
Yeah, that's
that
true.
it can be reversible. Okay, thank you so much, Egosa, for unpacking that.
Lara.
Lara has been itching to say something. Please,
Lara,
go
say
ahead.
something. Oh, say something.
Sorry, ladies. Honestly,
Mhm.
it goes. I can totally understand. I actually appreciate the fact that he admitted to the fact that it's a thing of ego for men not to have a vasectomy. It's not because it's going to harm them or cause them any. Because what about women that actually go the whole 9 miles to actually have a hysterectomy or have their tubes tied so that they end up not having children? Once they've actually in their marriage they've decided not to have any children. Are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
So
with you.
for me, like he said, like he concluded, it's
Yeah.
safer for a man to have a vasectomy than for a woman to have a hysterectomy or have her tubes tied, because that's not reversible by any long shot. You have to pay over how much in order for you to find alternative means to have children if you then decide to have children after years of maybe you wanting to have children. I still think, where am I going with this?
If a man chooses not to have children, it
Whose
means
responsibility is it?
It is.
It's a simple question.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. If a man chooses not to have children, it's a bit of a catch-22. Naturally, I'll say that the man should have a vasectomy in his early years if he decides not to have children. One, because it's reversible. If he then changes his mind later on for him to have children, he can still actually find alternative means in order for him to reverse the whole process, for him to start producing his sperm accordingly. So there's no, and then if he finds a partner that then they decide to have a child together, then it's fine. But if he and his partner decide that, okay, we don't want a child, again, vasectomy. Sorry, guys.
Thank
No
you, Lara.
problem.
No, don't apologize.
Okay, we are rounding up there.
Toby,
Yes, ma'am.
you wanted to say something, so we are all ears.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna. Oh, geez, a lot of things have been said. So I just wanted to talk about the social construct mindset behind some of these things. As a man, your whole life does not come down to children.
It's funny that we're saying this because I say this to women all the time.
Yeah, it's why would you think that you are going to be defined by whether you have children or not? And those are some of the things we have to begin to change. The gentleman was talking, Chuksali was talking about, you better pray that one day a plane crash does not happen on your children, and then and so what? And this life, these things happen. So one day you're going to die, and you're going to leave this world, and you better pray and hope that where you're going to be self-aware, because if you're not, who cares what goes on here?
When you're in the afterlife.
So
when you're dead, I'm gone. In fact, sometimes when you die, you leave a lot more problems behind. Yeah, for all these children, you're popping everywhere. You leave more trouble behind because now they're gonna have to bury your ass and share all the. If you leave anything behind, they have to fight over that and kill each other over that and bring jazz and all that bullshit into it. So in the end, are you really helping the world and helping your family?
That's why we're asking today. Children a blessing for. That's why we're tying all these things together.
Yeah.
We're tying all these things together. It's like
Yeah.
meeting in a separate.
Have you not seen families, guys, that each other's throat over some bullshit heritage that some nigga, excuse my language, I'm sorry, some idiot left behind. I'm getting animated. I need to, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. So your ancestors had 14 children. Should you do the same? Should you have 15 children? You know, times are changing. That's it. Okay, we are evolving, people. When you die, you're gonna leave trouble behind. You're gonna leave hell behind. They will fight. They will kill each other over the small meager, inheritance you're leaving behind. And God help those women children, the women children you're leaving behind, because the men are gonna play them like soccer ball. Because in the culture, women, they're going to be like, oh, you're not a real child. You are going to get married. You're going to be bearing your husband's name. So you have no say in this family anymore. You know.
So, that we have a will. Tell me. African man not get will.
Really? Wait, did I hear somebody say will? In Africa? Where have you been?
Tam is American, so these are American.
Oh, okay.
No, you guys are making us feel like we should have had this vasectomy as a separate. We go do it again. And this time, Chuksili must come. There's a warrior in the house, so
a warrior is coming.
So, anyways,
you want to say that before we add this warrior?
No, I mean,
Toby, sorry, I obstruct you. I beg my respect. Sorry. I don't want to disrespect you. Honestly, I want to go sleep. I will work tomorrow morning. I beg. Honestly, I enjoy the topic very, very well. But I will still watch the video. You understand? What you guys say is very, very important. Maybe we'll take it on a fresh topic.
Yes,
we'll continue. Because it's a very huge topic. And I appreciate. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Have fun at work.
Anyways, warrior. I'm just wrapping up. Just one song saying, guys, please live a fulfilled life. Be happy and don't be defined by children, whether you have them or you don't have them. That's not what's good, because when you die, it's all over. That's all I gotta say.
That's true. Thank you, Toby. Warrior, I hope you have been listening from the beginning. To Nigeria, welcome. That you will not make us spend extra 1 hour here today because we don't have anything to talk.
Where you joining us from?
UK.
So you're saying
troublemaker now.
The question is, please don't carry us to Jericho and Niger. The question for today is good. The man, go answer this man. When women choose, choose not to have children, they, for the most part, take active steps in making that choice. So, for example, they go get birth control pills, take IUD injections, and all that stuff. But when a man chooses not to have kids, this is whether they are in a relationship or not.
It's just personal choice.
For the most part, the man doesn't take active steps in making sure that he doesn't procreate. So, for example, getting a vasectomy. So, our question is, if a man chooses not to have kids, whether he's single or in a relationship or what, we're coming from the single angle.
Yeah.
Whose choice, whose responsibility is it to ensure that he doesn't have kids? Should he go on and take a vasectomy, reversible or irreversible?
Or withdraw? Or whatever? What's your opinion
on that?
I think that one is obvious. Psychologically, since they don't carry the child, it makes sense that the woman will feel more this thing put upon to actually take the action, because they are the ones that will feel it. So the men would generally want to err on the side of caution, and which is understandable. to a point. But I actually think, the original question about whether having children is a bad thing or something. I think
No,
that.
not bad thing. You don't come
Oh.
again. The first question was who you're in.
Okay, what I say blessing? What I say blessing?
Yeah, the first question. If you wanted to start from there,
if you want to start from there, that's fine. But the first question we're asking everybody from the beginning, like over 2 hours ago, was if children are a blessing from God. You can answer that question, but answer this one
now.
first. Answer this one first.
I think it's women that will see. Okay, you can say it should be equal. Both sides should be able to take actions. But in reality, because the women get to carry the child, they will feel more. How do I put it? Conscious of it. They will be more conscious of it, and they will be more likely to take action. The men would say they will do it, but they will not take action. Yeah. So that's what's going to happen. But
who do you think, since the man says he doesn't want to have a child, whose responsibility should it be? Should it be the responsibility of the person who says, I don't want to have a child, to ensure that doesn't happen? Yes or no?
Yeah, it should be their responsibility. If they say they don't want to have a child, then you can't just go and force the other partner to have, because in the end, that's now you have moved the goalpost to yourself. So to make sense that you take action, you can't just, okay, the woman is not concerned, you are the one that is more concerned, so you do it. It's about who feels it more. And so that's the way I look at it anyway, from that point of view.
Okay. So when did you join us? Did you just join us, or you've been watching from the beginning?
I've been watching with a side eye. Now and again, come out.
Next time when you watch with side eye, type in the comment section. Let's know that we're at least you're honest now. You not make me go back. So the first question that we started was with, in your own opinion, are children a blessing? Whether you call them blessing or gift, whatever, from God? Yes or no? And why? And why?
I think by and large they are definitely blessings. If you fail to do what you need to do for the children to prosper, then that is on you as a human being. I think, if anything, in this life we live in, the most advanced creation in this life that we know of in the entire universe is human beings. And I can't help to but feel that definitely is a blessing if you have more of them. And they are the greatest resource we have. It's just that our people don't seem to know how to use human beings. For some reason, we don't use our people very well. We have a lot of them. So when I look at the population densities in the world, and Africa is not that highly populated at all. So we don't have enough people naturally for the technology level that we are in right now. So I don't feel like we should prioritize, family planning as a goal right at this moment. See, the truth is, societies decide what they want to do. There are societies that when there is famine, they will increase the childbearing. This in age of consent, or age when a woman is allowed to get married. But when things are plenty, they will reduce it so that children can have more children, that people can have more children. So people decide. This is something that has been happening over time. What they do, what they want from their country or from their societies, whether they want to have more people or whether they want to have less. Personally, when I look at our country, when I look at Africa, I feel like we need more, and because the continent is massive.
So I have a question. Now you say the continent is massive.
Yeah.
Are you seeing what's on the screen?
Yeah.
Good. You say children are a blessing from God, and what I hear from you are advocating that there should be more procreation because children are resources. First of all, define what you mean by human being. We don't use our human resources. Children are resources.
Example of that is that we have so many graduates on the street, driving taxis and selling mobile phone top-ups and all the rest of it. When they could be, helping get rid of this insecurity problem, which in turn will stimulate the economy and all the rest. But guess what? It's about how we use what we have. You see other people, they use it very well. And we don't marshal our people. Instead, we try to frustrate them and kill them with stress. So that's how I feel. I feel like the numbers, if anything, I think the West is trying to convince us that we don't needing
Forget
help.
about the works, Chusile.
Forget about the
the works. We're talking about.
Okay, fair point.
Don't take us to the universe
You
today.
don't want to stay, want to leave.
Okay,
Because
then
so
okay,
to,
fine.
to ask you the question, like you've made a lot of great points about people having kids, and as Zainab is saying, Zara is saying in this piece, a first wife gave birth to twins on the same day the husband lost his job. Life has been a struggle. Now the second wife is pregnant. They both have 13 kids between them. Yes, it's the government's fault. And this also alludes to what you were saying as to how people are graduates on the streets, they are not working, this and that. So in a country or a continent that, like you said, people are not making use of the resources that we have, which is kids. They are not people are not using, I don't want to use the word use. People are not graduates or whatever, they are not using their abilities to their fullest potential. So the human beings are already on earth. They are not already living to their fullest potential. Why should we bring in more to suffer? For example, there are 200 million people in Nigeria, like Jay is saying here. Why do we need more people in Nigeria when there are not enough resources to take care of people in Nigeria? You have some people who, I think there was a few years ago or so, a few months ago, we saw some posts of some people who live in Lagos, in the Makoko area. Some of the people are, obviously not financially okay to have kids. There was a woman in there. She had a child that I would swear that was not up to 2 years old, and also had a newborn baby.
And they were sinking in a flood of water, standing there, their bed, everything floating down.
My question, and they say, people use the idea a gift from God, yes, to multiply resources, they are pleasure to the earth. Why bring in children into a world where they have to suffer?
Yeah,
just for our people.
Into a world where they have to suffer. I think we are thinking that the children, I guess it's fair point to say, well, why would you bring somebody into the world to come and suffer? For me, I look at it from the point of view that you could be having the next Einstein tomorrow. It's all about how you want to use them. And I think,
what do you mean by use?
I think it's a
I shouldn't use the term use. How you want to oh God, I sound very, very cold, don't I? How you want to
what you stand to gain or what?
No, yeah. You use the term. Yeah, what was the term again? I've forgotten. Use the term. I think the term is.
I'm not happy. Whoever wants
okay.
Let me jump in.
The way you cultivate them, how you cultivate them, talent.
Yeah, okay, let me jump in. To Niger, brother, I completely disagree with you.
Of course you will.
Well, you say it like that, I'm just going by what you're saying today, and I'm saying that I disagree with your position. Number one, I don't believe that. I think that we need to begin to cultivate family planning in Nigeria or in Africa. We are overpopulated, and how do you define that? You look at the resources relative to the density of the population, and you decide. In fact, it's been projected that at some point, I can't think of the year now, by the UN, that Nigeria will be grossly overpopulated. We're going to have a major problem with population control and versus the resources that we have. I mean, of course, I know a lot of other issues are tied to that, corruption and all of that. We're not going to go there. Then your position on the reasoning for having children is very traditional, and it's the same thing we've been talking about. These are some of the things I believe we need to get away from. You suggesting that we should have children because you don't know it might be an Einstein. Well, it could also be a Hitler. It could also be responsible for killing the parents, like we're seeing every day. And by the way, this same reasoning is what is being used to discourage women from having abortion. So sometimes when a woman legitimately decides that I don't want to have this baby for XYZ personal reasons, the next thing they make a beeline for this same reasoning. Oh, you don't know what this child will become tomorrow. This child might be the next president. And so what? And so what? What will the state of the world become? Will all of a sudden all the problems of the world will go away? Because now this child, the savior, the Messiah has come. We always have the messianic perspective when it comes to having children. And I'm saying it's wrong. We need to get away from that. No child is going to come and save this world. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. When you have a child and you start to have children, it's a personal decision. It's not what the child will become. It's not what you stand to gain from the child. It's your choice. And what we're saying is that it is high time we began to look into the problems we're having. We are overpopulated. We are overpopulated as a people, but that's not even the topic for today. The topic for today is, are children a blessing? And I answered at the beginning. I'm not sure if you heard me, and I'm saying that they could be. They could be a blessing. It depends on who you're asking. It depends on the outcome of the child that you have. It depends on a lot of factors. So my admonition to you, brother, is that I think we should get away from this mindset that we don't know if the child will become an Einstein tomorrow. No. For instance, I'll say this real quick, and I'll shut up. We had Obama as the first black president of America. My goodness, I don't know where you were 2008, bro. He was the best that ever happened to black people in America. You know, we're all excited, we're all happy, and the jubilation and everything. But guess what? After 8 years, is racism over? Microaggressions, unconscious bias, all those things against black people, housing discrimination, workplace discrimination, are they all over? No, they're not. I mean, he came along, he played his part, and I respect him. I adore him completely. But does it mean all of our problems as black people in America have all gone away? No. So please let us disabuse our minds from this notion that one child will come and just rescue all of us and zap all of our problems away because, oh no, we don't know, he might be the next savior. I think we need to get away from that. I leave it there.
I think that having numbers, there is a reason why it helps. And if you are the fewer people, then you find that you tend to suffer more. There is no, if you start saying that we should, cut our coat according to our size and all the rest of it, what you're going to find is that the population will start declining. The way these things work, it's not something you can switch on and switch off. There are countries that, their population is declining. They're closing nursery schools, closing them by the hundreds every year because women are not having children anymore. And they can't reverse it. They are trying, but they can't. And our people, given that technologically we are not the most advanced in the world today, I say to balance out things a little bit, we need the numbers. The continent is very, very lowly populated. Nigeria is uniquely gifted. And that's something maybe a lot of people don't know. Civilizations and populations tend to crowd around river areas. And in Africa, if you notice it, there are not that many rivers inland. And Nigeria has 2 rivers coming from both sides. And
brother, I think you're going off.
You are able to talk about Obama. Can I just talk? You're able to talk about Obama, but I'm not able to say anything. Just let me talk. So these rivers cut into the middle of Nigeria and go straight down. Hence why Nigeria is more densely populated than most other African countries.
People are fucking and having shit.
See, Nigeria is uniquely, even Congo that is about 2 to 3 times bigger than Nigeria. Nigeria has more population. That explains.
People are fucking and
you mean Nigeria?
Let me quickly interject. Mr. Tunanja, sorry, my brother. Thank you very much. I see that you're my brother because I see the picture you have up. So I'm assuming you're a brother. So, okay, let's say I agree. Let's say I'm agreeing with your sentiments, right? And I'm agreeing with what you're saying, right? I understand the mindset. I understand where you're coming from. Okay, if we're saying that, now my question to you is that we have so many people in Nigeria right now as we speak. What do we have in place to take care of the population of the people that we have? What type of jobs are available for the young people? What type of things are available to care for the women that are giving birth right now? The women, the families with multiple children. What things have we put in place? Or are we thinking of putting in place on ground for the sentiments you're sharing right now for us to allow these people to thrive safely and securely? What are we doing? Assuming I'm agreeing with you. Because to your point, if you're saying all of that, that means in my imagination, and I hope the best for Nigeria because that's where I come from. I'm just thinking of flowers, beautiful music playing with children in a safe environment. So I'm asking you the question, what are we putting in place based on what is currently going on? And we all know what's happening. What is happening on ground to ensure that the population that we have is adequately managed?
Yeah, I get that is exactly the point I raised. Is how we are managing the children and the people that we have in our country, because we are not managing our people well. And we have them. We don't use them. We keep begging for other people to come and help us. I don't understand it. And this is why I keep saying that our people, we have to start changing our mindset from the point
Why
of
are
view
we
that
using them? What the word used is what I have a problem with.
I'm using. Okay, if you have a better term, just give me the term, and then I'll use it. Okay.
Advantage of the people, the wealth of knowledge that we have. Okay. I think it's the wealth of knowledge, resources in terms of people that are very creative. Like you have kids that
how are we utilizing the creativity of the people that we have on the ground?
Yeah, because we are able to say that we use our army to go and invade another country, but we can't say we can use people. But it's okay. See, the point is that you have to. Yeah, you see that people. It's funny how people see things. I'm using that term because it sounds crude, but it is the fact that we are not cultivating our people to do things that are meant to empower the society. It's very, very straightforward and simple, really. Everybody else is doing it. You just have these people be able to enforce security, enforce a level of accountability and transparency, and you just watch the creativity explode in the country.
Okay,
because
okay,
you don't need to help Nigerians. Nigerians will do their job. And this is why I believe that having children is not a cause. We need more of them. We need, as a matter of fact, Africa needs more Nigerians.
But there's no security to Nigeria. There's no security, right? Now you're saying there's so many. I'm coming to be. I'm sorry for interjecting.
Yeah, no, sure.
In the reality of what's going on right now, of course, you say you've been listening from the beginning, so you are seeing the whole rape and people getting sodomized and different things, and then young people that are dying just because there's insecurity. I'm sure you read the news about the train from Kaduna to Abuja, and those young people were inside, even old and people of different ages and all that. There's no security to protect the existing lives. In fact, as a matter of fact, Nigerian life is worth nothing to the government because it's like, okay, we'll sweep it over, right? So they are currently, and one of the ones that we are even remembering today is Dr. Chinelu, right? That had big dreams and plans for herself. Currently, there's nothing. Whose responsibility is it to take care of the children that are born? Whose primary responsibility is it to take care of the children that are born in a country or in a society that doesn't have any safety nets, doesn't have regard for kids, doesn't have a ground where they can thrive? Whose responsibility is it? Then you are for multiplication of the numbers. Whose responsibility is it to take care of the multiplication of the numbers? And we are talking about human beings and human lives. I want you to see from that context of human beings and human life, because human beings are not just, you can't just call them thin or cultivate. They are human beings and human lives. Whose responsibility is it? For those who procreate of the multitude, whose responsibility is it to take care of them?
Yeah, our forefathers knew it when they said that it takes a village. In this case, it takes a nation. It takes all of us. And I think that the way we approach things, where we expect the government to do everything without us not realizing our stake in it, we are the ones that make those things happen. Do you know that Nigerians spend about the same amount of money going to watch movies than they spend on their defense? And these same people
talking about war.
So I'm guessing
no, that's why you have insecurity. That's my point.
Responsibility is it?
It's us. I'm telling you that it's us. We demand these things from our leaders. We say, you know what? We have how many million youths sitting at home doing nothing? The ASU is even on strike right now. What are they doing at home? While Boko Haram and bandits are busy doing all kinds of nonsense.
You can't see me. I'm raising my hand. You can't see me.
You have to use your people. You can't just sit them at home doing nothing, wasting away in this world. This is something that is unique to black nations, and it's also happening severely in Nigeria. Why do we have so many youths sitting around doing nothing?
It's just you have not answered the question. I've been waiting for you to answer the question.
I said it takes a village and a nation.
So
Which
like
village,
our
which
answer is
It
nation?
takes
Is
all
the
of
village
us.
available?
It
Is
doesn't
the
take me.
nation available?
It's
You're
us.
talking about, okay, to Nigeria, you're talking about a country, right? The question was asked, whose primary responsibility is it? The first responsibility, right, that a parent has is to their children. So what
Yes.
by what you're saying, it seems to me like we can't be talking. It's almost like we're
Controlling.
building castles in the air. The first responsibility of a parent is to the children. Let me ask you this question. How many children do you have? If you have children, if you're married, will you not have enough? Will you not have the children that you know that you can take care of so that it will not, they don't now become a burden to someone else? Because we're coming from a society where there are no social responsibilities. There's nothing in place. For instance, if a parent cannot take care of a child, there is nothing in place that will provide the help that that parent needs. So that parent will either have to rely on relatives, and sometimes relatives they're not very good at taking care of other people's children, right? They only take care of their own, and they turn other people's children into maybe slaves or whatever, right? So I understand the mindset of where you're coming from, but I want you to think beyond that. Like, okay, we have the human resource, we have the human power. What are we doing right now about what we have? Because we need people on the ground. Like, okay, let's have community leaders. Okay, as a parent, how many children do you have? How many of them are in school? Okay, if there's no school available, how many of the people in the community leaders can teach these people while the school is shut down? Because parents can become teachers also. Let's start teaching our children what they need to know, the history of who they are. Because if a people don't know who they are, guess what? They will become vagabonds unto themselves. So the question is asked. The reason why we're asking this question is because there's a larger issue. Before we can talk about what you are trying to say right now, we need to make sure that the support is there for all of these things, to take care of all of these things. You cannot say, oh, we're a village. You have to understand that the world has changed. You cannot go back to where it used to be. So you cannot keep saying, oh, the village. No, which village? You mean the internet? Because that's what's raising the children right now. So we have to come together and say, okay, let's build apps that will educate our children. Let's start working on raising community leaders in every village, in every township. Let's start from there, because it has to start from there. Let's empower the parents who don't have the money to raise their children. Let's give them the support. If that is not happening, your argument holds no water. I'm sorry to say.
Let me
just address the point she raised before I lose chain of thought there. I think it's very important that we understand what I'm trying to say here. I'm saying that when we have children, we as a people have to contribute to the state to take care of it. We know, anybody that is in the UK here, they know what the UK person contributes to the state to make sure the country is taken care of. And what I find is that we as Nigerians, we don't do that. We simply don't. And part of it is because we don't distrust our, people in authority. And part of it is that some of us are just downright conditioned to see everything wrong with the state. That's what it is. And like I tell many of the people I speak to, I said, we are the problem and we are the solution. We have to decide what we want to do. Nigeria generates $500 billion every year. What are we doing with that in GDP? And we are not using it to better our own lives. Do you know how much it takes to light 160,000 houses? $11 million to buy a mobile power plant. $11 million. Nigeria generates $500 billion. We don't. That's what I mean by we don't behave like a village. We would rather buy generators.
We understand that.
Okay.
So
Let Toby go. Toby, please continue.
Okay. First of all, the village has moved. Let me title, and I'm going to preface what I'm about to say with that. The village has moved. So it does not take any village anymore to raise children. That era is gone forever. And bro, it appears to me you're going off on a tangent with so many things that you're saying. So I want to bring us back to the original conversation we're having. you are an advocate for adding more children to the current system we have. And that's where I fundamentally disagree with you. I'm saying that we do not need more children. I think I echo the sentiment of a lot of people on the platform that we do not need more children. And then you made a comment that when you begin to utilize family planning or control and all of these things, that is irreversible. That is inaccurate. There are so many societies see, population control is very flexible. It's very, very flexible. There are so many societies where when they realize that things they're going down, they project in a couple of years they might be facing an extinction. They do a lot of things. They might drop the age of
One
consent.
example
And
that
hold
has
on, hold on,
improved.
hold on a second. They might drop a lot of some countries already are doing it at the moment. They might drop a lot of the age of consent. They might they might incentivize early marriage. They might give a lot of incentives to couples that are having more children.
Or
Immigration.
Or immigration. I mean, the state of Vermont. I was in the East Coast a couple of years ago. The state of Vermont is willing to give you money, free money, to move there and live there and work there because they realize that the population is dropping. So these things are very flexible and they can be tweaked. So for you to suggest that, oh, once you start, bringing in population control, you can't fix it. That is not true. So what we're saying is look at the current state of the country, look at the current state of the continent. We are overpopulated, the population density relative to the resources. Now, corruption is part of it, yes. The people have responsibility, yes. I believe that the major responsibility when it comes to regulating number of children is your dick as a man. You have a responsibility as a man to control how you shoot. That's just it. So again, going back to what we're saying, it's not on the woman. Because you were saying that, women, they are more involved because they carry the children. And that's the kind of mindset I'm saying that we need to get away from. It's also the man's responsibility. The egocentric, historical, traditional mindset that men have, that they can just begin to, sow their wild oats and populate the place and then don't worry about it. That is completely wrong. Times have changed and we have to begin to evolve as a people. Otherwise, we're going to keep seeing. And lastly, real quick, I think Omoye made this point. Omoye Skona made this point, and it's a very, very valid point. I couldn't agree more. When you have plenty of children that you're not taking care of, there's no resources to take care of them. The pressure goes back to the community, and you know what's going to happen? That's going to create a domino effect. So everybody's going to feel the pressure down the line. At some point, what do you think is going to happen to that child? We're going to have more criminals in society. You're going to have children that are irresponsible, and then you're going to need more police. You're going to need more police to police those children, irresponsible children. What do you think is going on here? We have a vicious cycle that we can easily nip in the bud. But you, my friend, my learned friend, like they say in Nigeria, you are suggesting that we should bring more children into the chaos. I completely fundamentally disagree with that. I'll leave it at that.
So you are saying that if we reduce the numbers, that is going to improve things. Clearly, the evidence doesn't suggest that. Nigeria.
Let me just quickly say, I don't think he said reduce the numbers to Nigeria.
Not having children. He's implying that not having children or
let me just clear the point. Let me just clear the point. You can keep quiet and you can continue.
Can we allow Nigeria speak? Can we allow him speak so that he responds back to Toby?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to address that particular, like with everything that we have on ground, right? What do we put in place? Even if you're going to bring children, can we bring them?
Okay. And please don't bring in answer. Sorry.
Yeah. So the evidence doesn't suggest that none of the nations that their population has been dropping has been able to turn the tide, because the stuff that resulted in a reduction in population has been locked in. I've spoken to people that have told me that there are countries where they are telling their people to have children so that when the children are raised properly and they grow on to do great things, the more the state will help the parent. When the parents are old, they are trying to incentivize people not just to have children, but to have them and raise them well too. Maybe that's the direction we should be going.
That is
Instead
where
of
we
looking-
are. We were looking for you to get to that direction.
It's not even about that. My own, no,
Okay.
I don't look for her to get there. My because Tumanja has to answer this question. We deviated now from this thing.
Yeah.
Now I understand what you're saying about the whole it takes a village to raise the child. We're saying internet is raising the child. Oh my God, brought up great points. Toby say village don't move, everything. Okay. So my question now from that angle, because it seems like although you didn't give a direct answer, but from your response, I can gather, or rather I'm gathering that your answer is society is responsible for taking care of the child. Is this
Yes.
what you think?
Yes,
Okay.
you because the society is what if you build a society, the child will not be suffering the way they are suffering. Whether we increase or reduce it.
Okay. So my question to that thinking now. My question to that thinking now is that this is from a consensual relationship that we're talking about. So people who agreed to have sex, they knock each other and they procreated. These are for the most part two people who agree to enjoy the pleasures of making love to themselves and they procreate. So why should the product of their actions become my responsibility because I'm a member of the society? So for example, you have like we read a tweet of a woman that said there's a man who lost his job. He has 2 wives and 13 children. There are other people who we've spoken about in the beginning of the show where they have been jobless. Husband and wife are jobless, and they have 7 kids. They still want to have more kids because they believe family planning is a sin. So why is it that I am not enjoying those pleasures with them? I'm not in the bedroom with them. None of us here are in the bedroom with them when they choose to procreate. Why should that burden? I call it a burden because it's expensive and taxing to have kids. Why should that be on me as a member of the society? I was minding my business when you decided to have 13 children. Why should that be on me?
Because there is what we describe as division of labor in societies. When some people are having children, some people are doctors, some people will. Let me finish. Some of their children may be part of the military that will defend whatever you've created. So it's not only. That's why they say it takes a village. It's not only about your own personal interest.
Some children too are also Boko Haram members that are
but that is what you want to change, though. That's what you want to change. Right now, we are not using the good Nigerians to stop the bad ones.
No,
that's my problem.
Who is responsible for those 13 kids? You say division of labor. Did I go there? Did I fuck with them?
The parents are responsible for the 13 children. Obviously, the parents are responsible.
Should they be having those 13 children when
they are
not
stable enough to
take care of?
You don't have a right to stop a human being's given. It's God given right for people to have children.
You know why? You know why it's not God given to have children? This is where I bring my own personal answer to this question. I don't believe that by just saying children are a blessing from God, that they are a blessing from God, we should be having children. That's not enough reason to have kids. I don't believe that because population of society, we need more good people on the earth. We need more people that are in other societies that are declining because of children. But you have this declining society that's functioning better than Nigeria. I mean, Canada has 36 or something million people, as opposed to 200 and something million people in Nigeria. With these few amounts of people, they've developed this country, as opposed to a country with over 200 million people. So I believe that maybe the process in which a child is growing in the mother's womb or whatnot, we can say that is a divine thing, that's biologically or whatever. But in the context of a consenting relationship, if you are not financially ready, spiritually, mentally, psychologically, all the things that it takes to bring in a new human being,
a whole human being who you hope will be, like you said, the Einstein of tomorrow. If you don't possess all these qualities as a consenting adult, I believe that you have no business of bringing another person into to suffer for
it's
your selfish gain.
It's your choice if you want to go on and have children. I don't have control over it. Everybody has the right. If you want to have kids, that's your own. But if you are not stable enough to provide for these kids, heck, if you already have kids and you're not able to provide for them, I believe that by saying that it's a God-given thing, it's a right or whatever, it's not enough reason. Children, those children are not blessings. We cannot say to parents whose kids are bandit members or members of cult groups or are causing burden to everyday Nigerians. I cannot say to them that the bandits that stole Chinelo's life, that they are blessings from God.
No.
Heck, I would rather say it would be better if you had not been born. Because
She will have to
They will be
suffer.
alive. Children will be alive, and other people who died in that thing. I cannot say to the men, the Boko Haram men who kidnapped those 200 and something Chibok girls, that many of them are still missing today, or the people that have Elisha, whatever, held hostage in Boko Haram camp. I cannot say that those Boko Haram people are blessings to Nigeria or blessings to the world. So for me, in my own understanding, I'm trying to also explain this to you. By looking at it as just population control, have the children, because when there are many more, they will help the Africa. I don't think is enough reason as to why we should have more kids, especially when we are not utilizing
the individuals,
the strengths of the adults that are present today, and especially when more adults who are broken as children are also broken as adults
and are causing harm to children.
Other people, because we cannot avoid the fact that there are many bad people in the world. These bad people, they came from somewhere, they learned it from somewhere, and whatnot. It's still the same society. So by saying that society is responsible for taking care of the child, it absolves the two people who participated in that pleasure of all responsibilities.
Yeah, you see, first of all, the people that created those nations that you say that have low population right now, we're growing in population.
I don't want to talk about population.
My point is they were growing. I'm just trying to say that those people were more like us then when they were building their nations. And then the children can decide now to have the luxury of doing.
Nigeria, you don't know that.
I don't know.
Talking about
it's a fact.
About the idea of I think you see kids as properties.
Like
I think you see them as like properties. Like you can just you have them. It's good to have them in numbers. Then you can utilize them as you can. You don't. I don't think you see kids as a whole human being, because if you see kids as a whole human being, you will know that they have a formative stage of their life, which is very important. The foundation is very, very important. And the environment, a conducive a wholesome environment, plays a key role on how they will become.
And the parents are responsible for
providing. And the parents are responsible. So when the society calls on, why is this child in harm? Are they going to come and arrest the society? They will call the parents who are the custodians who are responsible for those children. If somebody is bringing, you are saying that they should populate, just produce numbers. If people are bringing children into the world, that the children don't feel safe, they are being abused, they are being harmed, they are kidnapping children every time. What was happening last year? Kidnapping children, people will go to school, they don't have rest. They will have their children, they don't have rest, no peace, no security. Why would somebody be having so many amounts of children that they know they cannot cater for? And you are saying that is the responsibility of the society. Why do you have that mindset in today? Stop taking us to the 90s.
The reason why I have that mindset today is because we are saying that we should reduce the number, as if the reducing the number or stop those people should not be having those children is going to solve the security problem. It's not going to solve it.
Nobody said, I'm sorry that
we should be focusing on the right things. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm sorry that we keep on cutting. You might think as if we're cutting you in, but that's not the intention.
That's fine.
That's not the intention. Nobody on the show said, thank you, Toby, bye-bye. Nobody on the show said that we should cut off from having kids. The question is, people that are not capable of taking care of these children, why should they keep on procreate? Like, what is the point? Why, if you're not capable, you are not financially ready, you are not psychologically ready, you are not mentally ready, you are not emotionally ready, you are not physically ready, you are not economically ready, but you still choose to bring in children into this world. We're asking, why? Why? Nobody's saying everybody should stop procreating. Nobody on this platform has said that.
You are the only
in
one
almost 4 hours
that.
of today. Nobody has said that. We're asking, why is it that people who are not sufficient enough to procreate still do so in today's world?
Because they feel that they can, and they are grown adults, and God has given. I'm not going to use God, but they are grown adults. They can have children, and I feel like people should be allowed to do that because it's a slippery slope. Are you going to say, a blind man or an infirm person, should not have children because he's incapable?
No,
just before you know it, they say people are not allowed to have children too.
Whose right is it to be responsible for those children?
Anybody can have kids.
Whose right is it to be responsible for those children? Is their right?
He's already said it's society's responsibility.
I believe that it's dual rights. The parents have a right to be responsible for their children, just as the society is also responsible. Because I agree with you to a point where you can draw up some kind of lines, so that there are certain standards that are set, to have children. And if you have children at a certain level, then the society will not support you as much. Like in the UK here, they caps the number of children to around 2 or so that they can support. They don't support any more than that. So people structure their society based on what they need. I think this type of question is a big question because it depends on what we are looking for, the outcome we are looking for. And I believe that our people need the numbers. We don't have technology yet. We need the numbers.
Okay. Who has any other thing to say? Anybody has any other thing to say?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go sir. After you, then Jane will go ahead.
Hello.
Go on.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to understand to Niger because I think that it will be difficult to kind of like win him over.
I'm not trying to win him over. It's debates.
Good.
Yeah.
Every time we interject to see if we think it's
or to try to get him to say that, oh, okay, I get you, I get where you're coming from. Okay, I agree.
No.
I think it's difficult to get to that place. You understand? So because I think he, like I said in the comment section, I think Niger is conservative, and most of us here are progressives. So it will be. Yeah, so it will be, yeah, and that's okay. It spices up the conversation, and that's okay. But sometimes in 2022 we have to move on with time. I'm not trying to buy you over into my political thought, but sometimes we have to move on with time because you made a statement that we are underpopulation. In fact, we are overpopulated. We are not underpopulated. You see, we are overpopulated, and we cannot.
What standard did you use that?
So
by what metrics are you saying we are overpopulated?
Indeed, we are overpopulated. If you look at Nigeria, for example, we can concentrate on Nigeria. You can see that we are overpopulated. Nigeria is overpopulated. You understand?
China has 1.3 billion people. One country has 1.3 billion people.
And that's why China put in place the one-child policy, even though they have changed it recently. But that's why years back they put in place a one-child policy because they were overpopulated and they did something to cap that population density. You see,
yes,
because from your conversation, yeah, and something needs to be done about that. Something needs to be done about that because we cannot. Absolutely.
Sorry. See, we cannot. For you to be saying we are 200 million and we should stop when there are nations out there that have over 1 billion in population. You are settling to be small. When you have a massive land mass that God has given you, you say you're not going to occupy it.
To Nigeria, what does a child mean to you?
A child is the future. A child is our future. That's the whole point. If you want to move from today to the future, your children are your future, and our children are our future. So we have to make sure we have enough of them to create a more concrete future. Okay. We don't have it. See, every society has different phases. I don't think we are in the phase where we have the luxury of saying, you know what, let's start cutting our population down right now. I can tell you that if we do that, it's going to be counterproductive.
To Nigeria, what does a human life mean to you? What does a child that is born today, human Nigerian life, what does that mean to you?
It means a human being to me, a precious creation that is the most advanced creation we know in this world, in the universe.
Okay, so which means
do you think do you think that this advanced and precious creation deserve a toxic environment, deserve an insecure environment?
No.
Okay. Do you think that the adults who bring a lot of this precious being should at some point question the fact that is it the right thing at this time, or should the society be better before I continue? Yes or no?
They can ask the questions. I'm sure they do, but they decide that it is worth it. Many of them grow up in similar condition. Remember.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so they decide that it's worth it.
Okay, that's fine. Good one. Okay, let's have Jay. Let's have Jay speak. Because Jay's been waiting for a bit. Jay, you can unmute yourself.
It's debate, so anybody can speak up. Anybody that wants
Jay,
to talk.
your device. Oh no, you have to reconnect and come back.
Let me just quickly say something. I need to hop off.
Okay.
So, yeah, I just want to say, True Niger said something like you asked him a question, what is a human being to you? Okay, now another thing I want to add to it is like the level of insecurity in Nigeria, and we are all aware of it, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We're saying we have a population of waiting, not be 200 something at the top. You know how many number of people they don't raise come out for northeastern part of Nigeria. What have they done to make sure that does not happen, so that the population, according to Nigeria's sentiments, remain? Nothing. It keeps happening as we speak. It's still happening. What has True Niger done based on his sentiments and his passion that no, children are the future, according to him, and they are precious creatures that are the future, right? That will become whatever it is, right? What is he doing in the northern part of Nigeria with all of this that's going on? The northern part with all the killings that are going on, and then the kidnappings that are happening in the other aspects, and the level of corruption. What is he doing about it? Because it's easy to come and say, oh yeah, we need to be strong as a people. We need to have more people. We need to have more. I don't disagree with that we need more people. But my main concern is until we put the necessary things in place. Exactly. He just spoke about, the Western world, this is in place, that is in place. We have to understand that it is the same human resource from us that built those places that you're talking about. They built it and set rules and laws in place to ensure that their people are taken care of. What have we done as a society? Since you're so passionate about it, what have you done directly to ensure that, oh yeah, actually this thing is happening so we can bring more people? Because I'm sure that you're aware of the level of abuse and the amount of abuse that's going on with innocent children. Every single day, nobody to speak up for them. And aside from that, the level of abuse on women on almost a daily basis in Nigeria. As a man, what is he doing to tackle that? Because if the women are facing that level of trauma, that means they're bringing in children that are already traumatized. So by the time they are giving birth to and they are growing and they continue to experience different levels of abuse, those people cannot become functional citizens of the society or the world. So as much as, yes, it is okay to say that, but we have to make sure that those things are put in place first before we can start adding to. Even if we want to get to 1 billion, we need to put the necessary things in place. And the man especially needs to check, the African man, Nigerian man needs to check his ego. Make una check him. I rest my case. Love you, Common Sense Sisters. We talk again another time.
Thank you, Omoye, for spending almost 4 hours with us. Thank you.
I agree with her that we need to do something, but what I say we should do is start advocating for things that are actually going to change the country. I can give you 2 simple things that can transform the country, but when you tell Nigerians, let's say, so point, you triple the number of your military to defend your borders and kick out all these stupid bandits and all this nonsense, and if they are in the Sahel, clear them out. Then you institute transparency. I tell people all the time, I don't understand why any government account should be private. It's our account. We should be able to see what they are spending. And when they are spending it, we will be able to monitor it. And if you can monitor the amount the government are spending and where they are spending and where the money is going to, like literally when they transfer the money, you get an alert. If you do that, because the technology is there right now, what is going to happen is that trust that has been breached between the people and the government will improve. And it will discourage the ones that are there for money to be coming to office. Because what is the point of coming to office where every money you are trying to embezzle, everybody's monitoring it and seeing it? Fraud agencies getting an alert, everybody, common sense sisters, everybody. So I say you have to have ideas.
I don't want to receive the government's expense alert every 2 seconds. I have a life too. That's the reason why
no,
they
you can
the office for them to manage it well themselves.
you can opt for it. You can opt in or opt out. You can be like a subscription system. This is an established technology that has been tried for decades, about 10 years or so. So we can do these things. There are solutions out there staring at us. And if you ask Nigerians, okay, you spend a lot of money putting iron bars and on your doors and your windows and your gates and your fences, and you pay estate levy. How much are you willing? That's in Nigerian. You ask him, how much are you willing to pay to improve your military to defend your security? Till today, not one Nigerian has answered that question.
My brother, do you know Singapore's population is like 5 million? And yet, even though it's overpopulated as it's regarded around the world, it's still a lot richer as a country than Nigeria, that is 200 million.
Yes, because there are people paying to the system.
Don't give me the excuse of, oh, let's be transparent. And guess what? In Singapore, they don't even tax them the way we want to be taxing every Nigerian. Even though Nigerians are already overtaxed over certain little things, and yet nothing to produce.
Where do you think the money is coming from then?
What they're actually taking from the common man in the marketplace.
You see, this is what I seriously am up against. You use Singapore. Where do you think the money is coming from? Do you think it's coming from heaven? The money they're using to build their country?
Excuse me, the money is not coming from heaven, but people are actually given the liberty to actually produce things, and they are allowed.
But where is the money coming from?
I'm explaining it. People are given the opportunity to produce things. They're allowing technology to actually materialize in their community. They're using technology to create things, to create farms, and to go into agriculture in the ways that nowhere else around the world is doing the same thing. So you can't say, oh, Nigeria's issue is population, that we need more people. No, we don't need more people. We need good leaders. Leaders who know how to manage things, leaders who know what they're doing, who are not all talk and no show. I don't need my great-grandfather that is close to the grave to be coming here and telling me who I'm supposed to be the one to be living this life, and my children are the ones that who will be living the life after me, how I'm supposed to live a life that he has lived already when he's about to die.
See, I can tell you about here in the UK. So when you work here in the UK, almost more than 50% of your money goes into funding everything in the country, from education to military to everything else. But our problem is that it's not because we don't have money in our pockets, but we don't put it to build our societies. You know, if you look at the numbers, I really wish you guys take your time, check Google, check what other people are spending. All the countries we like to love, check what they are spending on their countries.
I mean, I'm quoting it. You are the one who's supposed to be bringing resources, not anyone to look for.
No, I'm bringing in, and I'm also advocating these policies that is going to help heal the gap between the state and the people.
Sounds good. Okay, we have Jay that just joined in again. So, Jay, what do you have to say about our conversation that's gone haywire?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Finally.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. My headphone. Anyway, I'm back now. I don't know if it's a surprise to any of you on the call, but I kind of disagree with the premise of True Niger's argument, because I know, like, he's talking about, defending the country and all that stuff, and we need more numbers to make sure that we're able to protect or we can rise up and protect our land and all that stuff. I feel like that's a little bit too not futuristic, but that's too hypothetical, that we're not actually dealing with the current issue. And back to the original point that we were talking about, is, are children a blessing? I fundamentally have a problem with having children because you want to, quote unquote, grow your population. What is the point of a population if a lot of those children do not have the emotional stability and support that they need to be thriving and active, contributing members of society? That, to me, is my biggest challenge to you, to Niger, is, are we just having people or population in our country or whatever because we want to, be a populous country, or are we intentionally bringing people into this world to actually solve some of the problems that we have? And by solving, I don't even want to go towards maybe solving the problem, because to me it's like you're bringing the children in to fix a society that we've already contributed in one way or the other to become what it is. But should you be having children because you want to, be a strong military or be a strong country? Or should you be bringing people in this world, one, because you want to have them fundamentally, you think you're capable of raising them, taking care of them, providing emotional, physical, and financial support? Or are you just bringing them to add to the population? Unfortunately, what I was looking on the same Google that you were talking about, but the average Nigerian makes what, less than $1? Like, is it a week or so? A ridiculous stat.
Yeah,
Are you telling me that we need more people to do what exactly with, when we cannot even take care of the people that we have now? Nigerians are leaving the country in droves every single day because there's not enough resources to actually provide for the people that are there. So do we need more people? No, I don't think we do. Now, if you want to have children as a personal choice in that society or whatever society you want to do it, our argument today is, are you doing it intentionally, or are you doing it because of some other reason, like, oh, we want to populate the country, or you're just doing it because, be fruitful and multiply and whatever they say in the scripture, or you're just doing it because, naturally we just expect that when people get married, they have children. So those are my I guess my challenges to your argument to Niger, and also my I guess final contribution to this whole conversation, since you're rounding up, is that we need to be more intentional when we're bringing kids, and and be able to support them emotionally, financially, before we have them. And we shouldn't be having them for arbitrary reasons, like populating the country, and an imaginary thought that by population, we might be able to save the society, when we're not even able to save the society based on the numbers that we have right now. I really want to challenge you to Nigeria, if you have the stats to actually prove that population actually leads to economic advancement, to security levels of the society, then please present that as an evidence. But based on the society that we're living in right now, especially in Nigeria, I do not see any data to support any of those, challenges that you're bringing up to the panel. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to mute myself now, and probably even just listen in the background.
Thank you, Jay. We're rounding up too. So, Nigeria, if you have any other thing to say?
Yeah, she said a lot. Population definitely does help. There are many wars that have been fought in this world that clearly population.
Why are you so dense about war?
Did you ever serve in the military?
Because I'm a man, and I'm telling you that is our fundamental role, and our people have not defended.
Have you ever defended a nation before? Have you ever gone to war before?
I've not been given the opportunity, but the point is okay.
Oh, by yourself. It's not an opportunity to join any army.
Toby has left this
place. I am from a military background. I'm from a military background. My family members have attended military school.
You yourself. A nation, a tribe, a village. Because you talk about war a lot.
Like you fantasize about it.
Why?
No, I'm not fantasizing.
I know. Have more children so they can go and fight in the war. Heck, why have more kids in the war that be dying in the war? Don't throw away.
So, but see, I'm just
you yourself that have all these fantabulous ideas, these great ideas. That's what Omoye asked before she left. But Omoye was saying many things, so I think you forgot the question, right? Somebody's background is bouncing back. It's okay. Carry on. So Nadia, can you mute your YouTube side?
Okay. No, I don't have any other sound.
Okay, so let's continue. So you now, in your integrity as a man that you are, a man that believes he has to protect his country, he has to protect his family, he has to protect his loved ones and the society. Action. Have you ever served in the military or in any of the forces, whether it's police or military? Have you ever served?
No,
No,
I've not.
Okay. And I know that you are from Nigeria. If not,
His
you will not.
name is Tunaja. Heck,
I know you're from Nigeria. So in Nigeria, did you do national service?
I've not had the opportunity to.
Which one is opportunity to?
Wait, I like this. Oh, allow me.
Sorry,
allow me.
Oh God.
Allow me. I dey go somewhere. I mean,
Okay.
the first point of service, at least for Nigerians that went to university and all that, it's national service, right? Whether you went to school abroad or came back after and all that, if you wanted to like maybe work in Nigeria and all that. Okay, so you did not do national service in Nigeria, did you? Yes or no?
No.
And then you did not serve in Nigerian police, Nigerian army, Nigerian navy.
None. Say no.
None of them. Okay. What about participating in any form of security in Nigeria? Like being a security official,
vigilante group, all those things.
Be honest.
No, I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say I've done that.
Okay. Now, you did not do any of those things. Why will you think that we need population now? Like somebody will have their children, like you see now. I know you must have read the news this last week, the guys that died in the aircraft. Yeah, those military guys, those young guys. Similar thing happened months ago too. People last year, right? Very, very painful. These are guys that have chosen to serve their country. They risk their life, everything, desire to go and serve the country. And
even the Air Force lady, the Air Force 3-year-old youngest girl, I've forgotten what her name is.
Yeah.
She also died last year in 2020.
Yeah, I think it was someone that killed her. Those people, there are people who decide that they want to fight for Nigeria, they want to serve the country and all that. Their fatherland. This same country that they want to serve, the society made up of the government and the people, they did not provide resources. They did not provide resources for these people to thrive in whatever it is that they are doing. So would that lead to some of them in this service to be frustrated and then pass on their frustration to civilians? Right? Because the government is supposed to be responsible if they don't do it. Now you have a family. You say you come from a family where they have like military or whatever. I want to throw light on something. Just imagine that a family that has military background, let's say the father is in the military, right? Has sons and has daughters, and the sons say, they want to also go into the military.
Daughters can also go into military too.
Yeah, right? And then come to find out they posted them to different places to go and serve. And during the time when the father served in his time in the military, it was a bit better compared to now, which is expected that now should be better than the past because we're supposed to be progressing, right?
Yep.
This man has like 5 children. 4 out of the 5 children have gone to serve in the military in Nigeria. So one is in the Navy, one is in the Army, one is in the
Air Force. Another one, random police.
Not random. This one is true life. It's in police. The last child is currently doing national service and has a desire to go and serve because, of course, they're from military background. And within a year, they've lost the 4 children. Only this last one left. And this last one is saying, even though that they died, the siblings have died, he also wants to still go and serve because that is his calling. Can you say to the parents of those children that these resources, as we call them, these resources that they provided to the society, that this blessing that they provided to the society has helped the country Nigeria. Meanwhile, the country Nigeria, but Nigeria has happened to them. They've lost these 4 children. And meanwhile, these 4 children, they are all married. They have grandchildren, so they are all 4 widows. They have this thing now. What do you think?
See, this is a painful thing because to hear 4 children out of 5 to be lost like that, it's a very painful thing. And you see, this is what really drives me because the sacrifices that a lot of people are making in that country that a lot of people just even see. There are people, I literally call them angels, doing all the right things in that country to keep things going. They are basically keeping the roof up. And sooner or later, we have to build. And I think that we have to start changing the way we look at these things. Because, see, if our military decides that they want to raise 1 million Man Army. Believe me, I will join. I don't care whether they tell me my age.
But you can go and join now because you
No,
have
you won't join. See, the reason why I won't join, because what these people are doing right now is sending them to fail. They are sending people to go and
you have these ideas, and I think it's very unkind of you that you are not utilizing the gifts that you possess, in the sense that you have all these great ideas of how the society can be better, but you are not, apart from you coming on our platform to obviously share them.
If they give you the clarion call, you say you will not go.
Why will you not? Because you have an answer to all these things.
But hear what I said now. Hear what I said. I said I will go if they say they want to raise a million-man army. You know why? Because I know it's going to work. And if I die, they should bury me because that is my job. What else am I in this world to do? Because the reason why I say that, because if somebody tells you to join a gang and the gang, the police, they are going to catch you and kill you, is that a wise thing to do?
But gang is not noble. We're talking of the military, police, army, road safety, every single thing. You have so because, quote unquote, I don't know who you are, but you have these great ideas. So because, let's say we're talking about good people.
You are waiting for everything to be good there.
Are not actively infiltrating all these spaces. They are waiting for the bad people to do the right thing, which is not always the case. Why do you gotta wait for someone to tell you to come and serve your country before you go?
The thing is, they are not recruiting. That's my problem. They are not recruiting in numbers. They are not. They are not. I can assure you. They say, you know what they say? See, I have a brother that is due to join. I can tell you that right now. You know what they say? They'll say they will recruit only a certain amount of people.
No,
they are not recruiting the right numbers.
They are recruiting. And you know what is even more hurtful to some Nigerians? The fact that some Nigerians want to serve in the Nigerian forces, whether it's the police, whatever. But they cannot do that because of what you're saying, because of their safety. So some of them will rather travel abroad.
So what I'm saying,
go and serve in other countries.
What I'm hearing from two Nigerians is that you care about your safety. But the safety of the other people.
No. I don't care about my safety. Believe me, I just said I will join. I care about them if the people are ready to do the right thing.
Why? But you are one of the solutions. Why can't you go there?
What you should be saying is that I should want to change the policy. Because see, if you have the eyes to see and you walk into a building that is on fire, that doesn't say you are very, very intelligent. It doesn't mean that
if you have the fire truck in your hands with water, which is that
exactly, which I don't have. That's the problem. If I had it,
you say you don't have it. You have been the one giving us solutions here now.
But they would see, if you are a soldier, you have to start from a lower rank, and they will send you. What if you are dead by the time the actual solution comes in?
You care about your life.
No, I don't care about my life, about me dying. I care about doing the right thing. I believe that
you can be in there. There are soldiers who have been in there.
Okay, Jay,
we hear some stories, right, of some soldiers that even do video of what the predicament they are going through. They do the right thing, even in there. So that's their value system. Damn the country that is not doing everything right. They feel like their soul and their purpose is connected to the security and the safety of the country. So even if the resources are not, that's they believe in their clarion call. Despite anything, that's their purpose. Now you have all these ideas. Okay, you're not doing NYC because you are doing NYC. I know. You're not doing NYC. Not set for any academy.
You're rubbing that in my face now.
No. You know what? I have to say that at least paramilitary, I did it. Endurance,
they train. Even the NYSC, the useless rooms. I don't want to talk about that.
That's different. Despite everything, I came back to Nigeria and I served my country for 1 year. NYSC mandatory service. Yes. So the thing is that, okay, scratch all these soldier ideas now. Say, okay, you say they know they recruit for army and all those things. You've been talking about ideas of
how
policy,
to save the community,
save the community. Don't you think that you can also start from your community and start from your community first and start seeing that, okay, where can I be implementing some of these ideas or look for like-minded people. We can be teaming up and just start small because it starts from within the small community.
Because not everybody will see your vision.
Yeah. Why don't you want to? Why have you ever thought about doing that?
No, I've actually thought about it, and today I even started having a conversation with somebody that goes online every day to have a meeting, so we hash out some of these ideas because I believe that the way you make change is denying you gain the airspace in terms of your argument. If you are arguing for transparency, you have to let people know this is important, why it's important. And I think that election is coming up, and this is the time to start having that argument. So that is what I'm trying to do. And also, it's not like I'm not engaged in Nigeria. I'm engaged in Nigeria. There are people that are literally I'm working with in Nigeria every single day. So I'm not aloof. I know the petrol issue they have in Abuja. I know everything that's going on in Nigeria every single time. And, I know the problems into it. Okay, I don't feel the pain like the way Nigerians do, but I know the problems. I've experienced them, and I've seen improvements too. So I feel like there's a lot of potential in that country. People think the problem is very hard. It's not as hard as it appears.
Why are you not going back to be part of the solution?
It's from UK. He knows people in Nigeria.
That is
I'm in contact with Nigeria every single day, and believe you me, if I can just up and leave. When you come to UK, you have commitments and all this stress builds up here. If I could just up and go to Nigeria, I would go. What is the point? What am I here for? I will leave, but I have other commitments that are keeping me here. That is the only reason why. The moment those commitments are taken care of, boom, I'm off.
But the commitment not they finish.
The commitment not be follow you.
Commitment for West.
Believe me, I know. I didn't think I was going to be here this long. I thought I was going to be here for a couple of years, and I'm been here for more than about 2 decades now. So I know how that is.
So you're heavily committed.
Yes, and I know I will be out. I can tell you that right now because 2 decades.
Nigerians in UK that can utilize this your ideas. So yeah,
I am in contact with everybody, and I think that we as a people, we have to realize we seem to have forgotten our greatness, and Nigerians specifically, no matter how we like to look at things are bad in Nigeria. Many Africans are looking up to us and watching us because Nigerians.
Perception
not be reality.
You cannot tell that to Dr. Chinelo's parents that they killed her in the train. That people were looking up to her. Okay,
no.
There are so many sensitive things that are going on in the country, and the country is messed up. There's nothing progressive. Forget what you see for social media. Forget what it is for social media. There's nothing really apart from the entertainment. And then people using their creative skills to try and make themselves happy. And even at that, the government tries to silence the good people also who are on ground trying to make efforts. It's easy to be on the platform and be saying, I have people on ground in Nigeria.
It's even for us to be abroad to even be saying all this because physically it's not affecting us.
I know that.
But it's not affecting us.
But then that is why we talk about the real issues and the real, like, how will I put it now? The current things that are going on and not always.
And how to address the roots issues.
The roots. So it's not, it's nice to have a very nice, fabulous idea and all those things. Everybody fantasizes about the fact that, 2 things Nigerians want: security and electricity. If it is there, we know that Nigerians are very industrious and very, very creative. But we also, when I watch a lot of Linda Keji's, she does this first class talent something. People with very, very creative mindsets.
There are different YouTube channels that show what good people are doing in Nigeria and creativity.
But then the environment is not. The government tries to always suppress that. And that is why we tie back to our topic of today. If the environment is not conducive, if the people as an individual, 2 consenting couples as an individual know that they cannot cater to this, to another human being, because bringing a child into the world is not just a thing. It's a whole full human being that from 0 to 8, at least.
So when the parent dies, you are a parent forever.
Yeah, like you're a parent forever. It's like an extension of protecting them and caring them and making sure that the environment is enabling. It's very, very important. Look at Dr. Chinelo that has died. The girl, she was from Kaduna traveling to Abuja. She had plans. You know what it is to have plans to relocate. You want to relocate. She's a dentist. Yeah. Imagine all the application. Imagine everything.
All the exams.
She was supposed to be traveling. I think
that Friday. Friday of the week.
And she was tweeting at the time that they were being attacked that please, people should pray for her. There are some Nigerians that were on Twitter. They were telling her, trolling her until the girl died, until she was killed. So Nigeria happened to Dr. Chinelo. We all know that even if Dr. Chinelo had gone to the West, the value she will also bring to the community of Black folks.
And to the Nigerians
that are also in the West. So it's like why bring so many people into the world the country to suffer?
Why are you an unemployed man and woman? You have 7 children and you're still bringing them
to suffer. putting them in harm's way, instead of we, the adults now that are the existing one, trying to make the place conducive
for the people that
for the
are
people that are going
existing,
that are
yet to come.
you know, that's the argument and the whole why we did today's video.
I believe that a lot of people are trying to do the right thing. You are trying to do the right thing, and I just feel like we need to be smarter about these things. Ask for things. As ASU is on strike, I know somebody that I was working with. He went to school, and suddenly within the first month they're on strike again.
Yeah, very.
It's
sad.
like these professors of strike. I don't know what is wrong with them.
Yeah.
They destroy our youths every day. And we keep pointing fingers at the government. These professors should know better than what they are doing.
They have to feed their family.
If they're not paying you salary, and you're going to
not go to work.
If they don't pay you salary, if you don't want to work, quit and let the younger ones teach people. Because this thing that they are doing, they are destroying our youths. It's like they are in collusion with the federal government to be destroying our youths every day. It's almost as if they are deliberately destroying our people.
They're not getting. It's very easy to say all these things. It's like when doctors go on strike, people say, "Why are they going on strike?" It's easy to say that, but you cannot tell that to a doctor that wasn't paid for 3 months.
Imagine going to work and they're not
getting you. Imagine you as
any work, whether you're a cleaner, whether you're a doctor, whatever. Like,
yeah. So
but they're not arguing for salaries. It turns out that they are not arguing for salaries this time. It's not salary that they're arguing about. They're arguing about something else.
That unless you are in their shoes, Nigeria, you don't know why it is. You as a family, you as a man. Imagine that you are a professor, you are in Nigeria, you have your own children,
you're even a retiree,
or you're even a retiree, and you are not getting your benefits,
your pension or anything.
And what do you think will happen to your nuclear family and other people that depend on you? So they have to come and stand up for things. You're getting me?
My problem is that they are not standing up. They are destroying things. You can move out of the way if you don't want to work. Let the poor up ones that are willing to work. Don't keep, because the government are bad too. Don't increase. 2 wrongs does not make a right. Because you know why I say these things? I've been in Nigeria. They've been striking for decades now. And what good has that done us? Ghana is running circles around us because we don't go to school.
But it's not popular. But they strike.
Yeah, exactly. They strike, but ours is endemic. Where somebody that is supposed to graduate for 4 years end up in university for 6 years. That is really damaging. How can professors be able to do this? And if they are very clever, they could go to Nigerians directly and ask for money. If they are very clever, if you are transparent enough, you tell people that, you know what, give us this money, your children will be able to go to school, and your fees might even come down. People will embrace it. But instead, they are professors of strike. I think people need to be calling people out on stuff that they are doing, because this is a country that they've been running the country down with all these silly things that they keep doing. And I feel like that's why I'm having conversation with Nigerians. They need to be hearing some of all these things, because they are tricking people to pretend as if they care about the people. They pretend as if they don't care. If most of these professors, their children are overseas. They are in private these universities in Nigeria. So why wouldn't they why wouldn't they go on strike? If you are not ready to work, get out of the way. There are poorer countries that used to be poor before, that they worked their way to become this is successful. Cuba, they don't even have money, and yet they have very, very highly educated people.
Let's run. Anyways, we're around.
No, sorry about that. This is what you see why I'm a troublemaker. I'm a troublemaker because when I hear some of all these things, I see some of the nonsense that these people are doing in the country there. It really drives me crazy, because it's not only us, it's affecting many African countries, because incompetence. Our men, Jesus, it drives me mad. Professors.
Thank you. We'll go around. Don't overspend over 4 hours now.
Yeah. No worries.
All right.
Anyways,
thank you.
And thank you for calling in too. Calling in earlier so that we'll not go spend rich for hours.
Yeah, thank you for calling in. Anyways, thank you so much, and we hope that you have a wonderful
thank you for and all of that.
You too.
Thank you. Take care. Somebody's calling on Skype. Lara left since so. Lara said she was leaving, but she's
Lara.
Maybe
Lara forgot to remove
Lara, we're removing you so that we will see our closing remarks.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, thank you everyone. We did not plan to stay for 4 hours, but as you know,
happened.
The topics drag back and forth.
And we address different things. That's okay. So as we're talking about, before we forget what we wanted, we were supposed to recommend 2 things to you all today for you all to watch pertaining this issue of children are a blessing from God.
Yeah.
And one of them, if children are a blessing from God or not. One of them is a movie that we watched on YouTube. You all can go and check it out. It's really, really interesting.
Serendipity
on here. It's from watch it from this specific channel, because some
yeah.
people are using fake thumbnails and whatnot.
Yeah, make sure you watch it from
So
this
you can
channel.
watch it from this channel, 24 Hours Nigerian Movie, Serendipity. You will enjoy
Very
it.
wholesome movie. You would love
would
it.
enjoy
Men
it.
and women
Men
and children should watch it. Very
You
beautiful
will
movie.
enjoy it.
Trust me.
We're not even going to tell you much more about it.
Yeah.
So you can go and watch it and experience it by yourself.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
And then lastly, I think we're going to share a video, a cute video we saw online with yours today as well. So give me a second while we share the video. Okay. Our last sharing for today.
Yeah.
You people have seen, you can see our comments on there after watching this amazing teacher. You didn't want to read what we had the comments.
Yeah, I said this is the most inspiring teacher we have ever seen. Motivational check, inspirational check, affirmation for the future generations check, an optimist spreading hope and cultivating young minds with seeds of possibility to aim and work hard towards their greatness, irrespective of where they find themselves in life. Yep.
So as we are
I am special.
You are special to the children.
Are you special?
To the children who are already here, you are special. To the adults of today who were kids before, we are all special.
Yeah. Yeah. I am special.
Remember.
Are you special? Look at you. Look at me. I am very special.
Remember.
And I have common sense.
If you choose to have children, you should be ready to have children. Nobody is responsible for the children that you procreate apart from yourself. You are the one that enjoy those pleasures for consenting relationships. So you should bear those responsibilities.
Yep.
Well, I've said a lot of things over 4 hours.
And then another thing is that for those people that are promoting the toxic culture by blaming victims, like we read from today's story, for those women, most of them were women, that are promoting those toxic culture of encouraging and silencing victims of abuse, they need to stop it. And if you find yourself in any gathering where you see they are trying to silence the voice of victims, you need to speak up, because that is your civic responsibility and human responsibility. Okay, to do the right thing. Speak up, protect the rights of victims. Seek for justice. There's something I saw. I've been reading some articles about the circle of abuse. I'm going to put this on here. This is it's called, I think, Inspire. It's a document that was done by Inspire, 7 strategies of ending violence against children. So they have their PDF copies online, and they have like different stages from implementation and enforcement of law. So in this case, when an abuser is reported to the authority, it has to face the full cost of the law. Norms and values need to evolve in our society. So culture of silence needs to stop. needs to stop. And then the fact that you want to save your marriage instead of protecting the rights of your children, it's very wrong. It needs to evolve. We need to provide safe environments. Parents and caregiver needs to support. So if you see something, you say something, your responsibility. Income and economic strengthening, which means that if you know that you're not responsible enough, economically enough to provide, to even contribute to society, please stop having numerous amounts of children that you know you cannot care for. Response and support services. I think this goes to the government. They need to provide all those services that will enable a wholesome environment, enables victims to actually have a right to speak up and be protected, to seek for counseling as well. And the last but not the least, education and life, education about life
and life skills.
And life skills. Mm-hmm. So which means that we need to start educating our children from young stages about the whole idea of sexual abuse or any form of abuse and how to speak up. They need to have a voice. Do not silence your children. Mm-hmm. Okay?
If children are a blessing to you and gifts, my final word is treat them as what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Treat them as such.
Don't use them as tools or a means to an end.
Don't destroy another human life for your own selfish purpose. Mm-hmm. That's it. If you're in the Toronto area, this food advert is for you. If you're not in the Toronto area,
just enjoy.
In the Toronto area, just enjoy.
Welcome to Yoyomialicious, the best Nigerian online food service in Toronto, Canada. We deliver to Toronto, Concord, downtown Toronto, Etobicoke, North York, Thornhill, Vaughan, Woodbridge, Mississauga and Scarborough. Order now at yoyomialicious.com. A unique taste of Nigeria. Follow us on Instagram at yoyomialicious. Like and share this video. Nigeria to the world.
Remember to like and share the video, subscribe if you have not subscribed before, and if you're watching again, watch the adverts.
Okay, thank you everyone that contributed in the live show and that called in, and those of you that were commenting on the live show, and those of you that are watching on the screen
or even in the comment section. Thank you so much to everybody.
Okay, and if you come back to watch the video, answer the question. To you, are children a blessing from God, and why? Until we see you all next time, make sure you check the community tab.
We try not to spend
for information, and I mean, the 4 hours was fun. Anybody that wanted to stay will stay now.
That's true. That's true.
We're not paying bills to be on here.
We're paying bills, please. Serious bills.
Which bills?
They pay like
YouTube.
They pay this.
It will still run.
We're paying it or not. Oh my God. Anyways, until we see you, I think we need to pamper common sense sisters because they have tried, but their wahala is too much. Graciousness, call into the live show one day. We never hear your voice.
Call into the live show, tell us that our
wahala is too much. They should be pampering us.
That the wahala is not the reason why you are coming back.
No, mind now.
I am special. We are special. We say so. We say so. Until we'll see you next time. May common sense never depart from you. Bye.
Bye, everybody.